Rise, embody, and celebrate. Aloha and welcome back, shifters, light guardians, dreamers, and wizards within this beautiful holographic matrix. My name is Brendon, aka Wolf Shield, Mystic Spider-Man, Skull Babylon, welcoming you back once again to a very special team broadcast, team podcast presented here through Paradigm Shift Central, a global collective of conscious creators and leaders actively helping assist and accelerate the shift in consciousness. Tonight is once again a very special full moon edition broadcast. This is going to be our sacred full moon ceremony. And of course, I am joined as always by some fellow amazing conscious creators here who are here ready to be able to practice celebrating and embodying and releasing together here as a team. So for everybody here, if you guys just want to gently unmute your microphones, let's go ahead and do some wolf howls. Let's hear your biggest wolf howls and send out some love to all the beautiful people tuned in. Welcome, beautiful, awesome. Thank you again, everyone, so much for joining in as we get things started here. We'll just do a quick introduction and then we'll give you a little bit of an overview in terms of what to be able to expect for tonight's broadcast. So for everybody here, if you're tuned in on YouTube, go ahead, drop those 1111s in the comment, just to be able to make sure that you can hear us okay. If the audio and the video is a little bit out of sync, we'll get that fixed as we go. And just as a quick introduction, I'll just kind of like introduce things. Well, first of all, let's just introduce who our fellow leading members are that we have on air here tonight, and then I'll just go over some of the basic stuff, and then we'll get into a little bit of an overview of what to be able to expect for tonight's ceremony, what you can do just to be able to get ready ahead of time, and yeah, and then from there we'll get into a little meditation, then we'll get right into the core part of the ceremony. So like I said, my name is Brendon, Mystic Spider-Man. Most of you already know me. If it's your first time here, welcome. If it is your first time here, go ahead and drop that 333 in the comment, just to be able to confirm and let us know. And of course, just kind of going from my left to my right, all the way across the Brady Bunch screen that we got going on here, I'll pass over to just gonna say, just inviting people up on screen, just to be able to wave to them and say hello. So Allis, I'm prompting you first. I know Allis is like multitasking right now, so welcome again to Allis, who is joining us once again, one of our fellow leading members. Awesome, thank you, Allis. Starsul, we also got Starsul here, one of our amazing creators, once again joining in. Thank you, Starsul, for being here. We've got Kat joining in once again. Thank you, Kat, so much for joining as always and bringing your wisdom and your heart. And we've got Curtis back once again. Thank you, Curtis, for being here as always, dude, fellow gardener of the galaxy. And we've got Carley joining us as well, longtime supporter. Carley, thank you so much for joining in. And we've got Kaci back here once again. Kaci, thank you so much for being here also. And we've got Josh aka Animal, joining in, who's some of Josh's music is going to be featured tonight in the broadcast. I know some of you are excited about that, so if you're a fan of Josh's music, drop those 1111s in the chat. And we've also got Lauren, one of our newer leading members. Thank you, Lauren, for joining in also as well. And we've also got Abby back once again. Thank you, Abby, for joining in also. And also in addition to that, we also have Lacey. Lacey, thank you for joining in. Lacey, for being here. And of course, we also have Kristen back once again. So thank you, Kristen, for being here. And and of course, Baby Yoda. Baby Yoda is always here. Baby Yoda runs the show, let's be honest here. So I'm like Baby Yoda's assistant. He tells me what to do, I just press the buttons. So anyways, team, thank you so much, every single one of you, for joining in, for being a part of this community, for being a part of this experience. You help co-create this space. And again, this is a very, very intentional community. This is a very intentional space. I'm so grateful that we literally get to like have these parties every week. Like, that's what it feels like every time when we do these podcasts. It literally feels like a party. Tonight's broadcast will be in theme with that. So just to give you a bit of an introduction in terms of what tonight's broadcast will be, and then I'll just go into the basics in terms of how you guys can connect a little bit further. So tonight's broadcast, sacred full moon ceremony, sacred full moon in Leo. We'll talk a little bit more about what that's going to be. Tonight's broadcast, what we're going to do a brief introduction. That's what we're doing right now. Then from there, we're going to get into a little bit of a meditation, just to be able to bring us into our heart space, something that we do quite regularly with any of the broadcasts here. And then from there, tonight's tonight's sacred ceremony is going to be themed around the idea of releasing, embodiment, celebration. So what we're going to do is we're going to actually share some journal prompts. What journal prompts are basically questions. So Lacey is actually going to be helping co-facilitate with me a bit here tonight, and Lacey and I actually, more so Lacey really was the one who helped kind of like choose these questions. So thank you in advance to Lacey, and we'll go through them one by one. And with these questions, you here within the audience, we're inviting you to be able to reflect on the questions and what they bring up within you. And so this is where we're inviting you tonight to really make this interactive. Bring a journal to this, like even if it's just a text document on your computer, that's okay. Bring a written journal, whatever it may be for you. And what we're going to do, the first round of journaling prompts, there are going to be 4 questions. We'll kind of go through them one at a time, and we'll take time here as a community just to allow you to be able to reflect on them. And then in that space, allow people to be able to, if they feel called, they're not expected to, but to be able to perhaps speak on what the prompt brings up for within them. And then for us, just be able to hold that sacred space to be able to, again, just really honor the process. And so we'll have 4 questions for releasing. And then from there, that's where we're going to get into our first round of ecstatic dance. So yes, tonight's broadcast is going to be a lot of ecstatic dance. We're going to have a second round a little bit later. In the first round, we'll actually be featuring music by Josh, Animal. So thank you again in advance to Josh. And then from there, we'll come out of that ecstatic dance, and the ecstatic dance event, we'll explain a little bit more about what ecstatic dance means. And again, it's very much just like free flow dance, letting the spirit move through you. So if you're a little, not familiar with the concept of ecstatic dance, this is a great invitation for you to be able to experience in a very safe and sacred space. And then from there, the second round of journaling prompts will be journaling questions, prompt questions, themed around the concepts of embodiment. So we'll go through that together. We'll talk a bit about it as a team. And then from there, we'll get into the second round of ecstatic dance. And then from there, that second round will kind of transition into just a little bit of closing meditation and discussion. And then from there, we'll wrap it up. I'd love for this broadcast to even just kind of be nice and tight. If we can keep it within 2.5 hours, I think that's plenty. And yeah, we'll just kind of go with things and we'll just kind of flow through it. So again, for everybody here, if you're excited about that, drop those 1111s or drop those silly emoticons, whatever it may be, express your gratitude throughout this broadcast. And so just as a quick introduction, if it's your first time here, this community paradigm shift, you guys are welcome to connect further. We do have a Discord channel. You guys are welcome to connect to that. The link for that's in the info for this video. If it's your first time connecting to the Discord channel, send me a DM on Instagram at Mystic Spider-Man to get access to the public channel. And again, if you would like to be able to support the project further, definitely check out our Patreon. That's where you can contribute a monthly contribution. And if you sign up at the $11 a month, that's where you can join as a leading member within our community. And that's where you get to join on air for these regular team podcasts. That's where you get to work alongside myself and fellow conscious media creators within the team to be able to help support you as a conscious media creator. So if you are a conscious media creator, definitely feel free to check out that. And plus through the Patreon, you can also get discounts for things such as like the Light Guardian crystals and the buttons and all that cool stuff that we have here available through the community. So the Patreon and the Discord, those are available through the links in this video. But most importantly, you'll also find the links for the fellow conscious creators that you'll see on air here tonight. So myself and anybody else here that you resonate, be sure to follow them further, maybe send a message, maybe even leave a comment on their post and just be like, hey, I saw you on the Paradigm Shift Central broadcast and I really resonated with what you said. And you use this as a way for you to be able to get to know some of the other creators in the community and to follow up and develop your own relationships there. So the links for the creators, those will be posted at the very least by the day after the broadcast, once I go through and I add in all the show notes, but you'll also see it posted into the YouTube comments as we go. So when you see those you see those links posted in the YouTube comments, please feel free to make sure that you jump over and follow their Instagrams, their TikToks, etc., etc., etc. So with that said, we'll get right into a short little meditation. So again, I just remind people to, get themselves nice and comfortable, get themselves ready now. If you guys want to grab some water, grab some tea, grab that journaling book, any extra crystals, whatever it may be, comfortable clothing, allow yourself to really just arrive into this space for you to be able to experience the benefit of what this community is about, but more so just, again, like the intention of this ceremony. And this ceremony is one that the intention of the ceremony is one for again, it is for healing, it is for inspiration, and obviously, like we said, releasing, embodiment, and most importantly, celebration. So it's a full moon. We're here to be able to have a good time, relatively speaking, but lo and behold, like straight up, just to be fully honest with you guys, as we go through the questions, I am totally fine with holding space alongside you guys for us to be able to honor whatever feels come through tonight. I'll probably cry tonight. Like, I'm just giving you guys a heads up. I'll probably cry tonight. So if I'm gonna just kind of like cry in advance, and even just say that I'll probably cry tonight, I invite you guys to feel whatever it is you need to feel. So let the full moon energy kind of move through you, and yeah, we'll just kind of walk through this journey together as a team. So if that sounds good for you, go ahead and just leave your comments of gratitude down in the chat, and let's get ready to move into our little meditation. And even after the meditation or just before, if you guys want to share this broadcast with your friends, please feel free to screenshot this if you're watching it on your mobile device, or take a screenshot on your desktop and post it to an Instagram story and tag me in your Instagram story, and just tell people to click the link in my profile. If you guys can do that, that's super, super appreciated. And also, if you're not already listening to the podcast on Spotify, you're more than welcome to be able to listen to it there. And quick plug, go check out the newest podcast that Lacey and I released, which is Magic of the Heart Cave episode 1, which you can also find on my YouTube channel and on Spotify. So if you're looking for more, there's definitely stuff that you can check out there. So with that said, we're going to get right into the meditation. And we did actually just have one of our other leading members just joining, and we do have a few other leading members that are going to be joining partway through as well. So we got a beautiful team on air tonight, and thank you everyone in the YouTube chat for being a part of this team. If you're here, you're a part of this beautiful community. So thank you, Leeza. Leeza just joined, so nice welcome to Leeza as well. So beautiful. All right, team, let's get ready to move into this first little meditation, and then from there we'll get into the first round of journaling prompts. And at that point, again, Lacey and I will kind of be co-facilitating here together. So beautiful. All right, team, when you're ready, just go ahead, get yourself nice and comfortable. For those of you on TikTok, go ahead and click the link in my profile, join in with the rest of the team on YouTube. And thank you again, everyone, so much for being here. And yes, I know the audio in the video is a little bit out of sync, so I'll get that fixed up as we go. So appreciate everybody just for your patience and understanding. Here we go. Okay. So for this first part of the meditation, this is a regular meditation we do just to be able to drop into our heart space and just kind of drop into this visualization of all of us just sitting in a circle and just imagining, you know, if this was an event in physical space, what would it feel like? And we're just going to imagine that within our mind, and we're going to tap into that same energy. So just inviting everybody to get nice and comfortable. And when you're ready, just go ahead and gently close your eyes. And as you close your eyes, gently begin connecting with your breath. Soft, gentle inhales. And soft, gentle exhales. Really just give yourself the gift of this moment. Just feeling how beautiful it feels to connect with the breath. Maybe it's the first time you've taken this mindful breath today. And so as you breathe here, just allow yourself to move into a space of gratitude. Gratitude for yourself for showing up. Gratitude for the wisdom that we are here to share tonight. If you are here now, you are here for a reason. And within your mind's eye, within your heart mind, gently imagine all of us just sitting in a sacred circle. You can imagine us maybe sitting outside, maybe we're sitting around a bonfire under the full moon. Maybe we're sitting in a yoga studio on a wooden floor. Maybe we're sitting outside underneath a beautiful magical tree, the guardian tree, whatever it may be. And as we sit here in this circle, just take this moment as you imagine looking around the circle and really just feel the shared resonance that we are creating together. Feel the love. And just project your love to all the beautiful people here in this space. Allow yourself to just project your love towards each and every single person here who each has their own unique journey, their own unique path that has led them to this point. And as you're in this space, just allow yourself to express words of gratitude, words of kindness to all the other people here in this circle, both those of us on air and those of us listening and those of us listening in the future. And as you hold gratitude in your heart, just allow yourself to receive this gratitude as well. You can gently put your hands on your chest. And really now, like just for the practice of feeling, feel the love of this space. Feel it. We're 1,000 miles apart, yet in our hearts, we are right next to each other. We are sitting right across from each other. So just breathe here. Just take a moment of oneness. I'm going to stop talking and literally just feel the love of this space and let it move through you. Let it nurture you. Breathe it. Just be here for the next few moments, just in the space of feeling this love. Go ahead. Gently breathing here. If you want to just gently straighten up your spine, open up your chest, relax your face. As we get ready to conclude this part of the meditation, just take a moment here to be able to speak to the hearts of all beings. And what do you say to them in this moment? Even just like one sentence. In one sentence, what do you say to the people here in this space? Something to nurture their heart, something to nurture their spirit, perhaps something in theme with tonight's space. Listen, what do you say to them? Speak it now, with your heart, with your mind, with your soul, with your words. Beautiful. Just allow yourself to receive this love, nurturing your heart. We'll keep this vision within our mind's eye as we move through this entire sacred event tonight, this ceremony. So just imagining all of us here in this circle, and later on when we're dancing, we'll imagine all of us dancing together on the dance floor together. So gently from here, if you want to just bring a gentle smile to your face, and just do a few gentle inhale, exhale with a bit of a sigh, and then we'll transition out of this. So deep, gentle inhale, exhale, a bit of a sigh. Beautiful. Do a couple more of those. Deep inhale. One more of those. Inhale. Carrying this energy with you, carrying this open heart with you, this open mind, carrying this gratitude, this love. Heart, mind, synchronize. Gently from here, you'll slowly bring your awareness back to your physical body, and when you're ready, you can gently open your eyes, return your awareness to the space around you. If you want to do a little like shake, body shake, or whatever you guys need to do, you guys can do that. Ooh, get ourselves moving. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Okay. Wonderful. You guys in the YouTube chat just want to even share, what was it that came through to you? What message did you have for the people in the group, for the collective tonight? Please, by all means, go ahead and share any words of kindness into the chat at any point throughout this broadcast that you feel called to share. And my message was just like I mean, it's I don't know, it's not even cliche, but it's just like, just you are so loved. Like the amount of love that you are receiving, whether or not you even fully realize it at any point, is like beyond measure. Like it's not even something that you can put a number on. Like it's beyond scale, it's beyond scope, it's infinite. Like your love that you receive literally is infinite. It's very like psychedelic by nature. It's like a fractal. So reading some of the comments here in the chat for those of you on YouTube. Jessica, so grateful to know you all. Luna says, so grateful for amazing community. Pinoak says, you are pure love. Paper Druid, you are all so powerful and beautiful. Ren says, you are here for a reason. Trust in that. Jared, you are important and necessary. Rebecca, follow your heart always. You have it all within you. We are connected, says Starlight. Sonia, we are love. Leeza, you are a strong warrior of love. Florentino, I am grateful for all of you. I love you all. And Animal, I love you all so much. So beautiful. All right, team. So with that said, let's get ready to be able to move into this. Wonderful. Okay. So welcome and thank you everyone again for joining tonight's very special sacred full moon ceremony presented here through Paradigm Shift Central. And like I said, tonight's ceremony is about the themes of releasing, embodiment, and celebration. So we're going to start off with some journal prompts, and some journal prompts are something that invite us to be able to look inwards. They invite us to be able to perhaps see things that we don't always see. You often think of journal prompts as being associated with shadow work. And what does that mean? That is about usually bringing light to the unconscious. Perhaps there are things within ourselves that we haven't really thought of so much. And within today's day and age, it's such a common thing where it's just kind of, we're always from like one fascination to the next, to the next, to the next. And we haven't really created this habit to really practice looking inwards, to do retrospection, and to really reflect on the many different things within our life that make us who we are. And so what we're going to do here, we're actually going to begin by just starting off with the first journal prompt question. And I'm going to invite Lacey again to be able to help co-facilitate this. Lacey, my partner. And Lacey, I'll let you just kind of even introduce the first journal prompt question and just kind of share with us a little bit about, again, any visions and intention that you'd like to just be able to communicate, especially again, for those of us who may be new. And for those of you who are here, again, yes, this is interactive. So please, by all means, if you feel called to share your responses to the journaling prompts in the YouTube, that's totally optional. You're more than welcome to. It's a safe space. And if you would like to be able to even just share them in a text document or write them out in a book, that is more than welcome. Or maybe you're just going to think about it. Maybe you're just going to meditate. So from here on through the broadcast, it's almost going to be like one continuous journey of reflection and meditation, but again, also embodiment and celebration. So may this broadcast open your heart and allow you to just remember the incredible magical being that you are, and further inspire you on your journey to help shift consciousness and change the world. So beautiful. All right, so Lacey, give me a thumbs up if you're ready, and I'll pass it over to you. And please, by all means, you can just like briefly introduce yourself. We're gonna kind of lean away from the full introductions tonight, but we'll get right into the first question. And for those of you on YouTube, I'll post the question into the YouTube chat, so you'll see it there, and then you can even just like take note of it. So Lacey, thank you so much for being here. I'll bring you up onto pass the talking stick to you. And Lacey, when you're ready, just go ahead and pass in the talking stick from you to facilitate. Welcome, Lacey.
Hi, everyone. I'm really happy to be here. When Brendon asked me to help out tonight, I was really excited. It's giving me a chance to use my voice more. I hope the internet connection is okay. My bedroom is a bit of a vortex, and for some reason, I'm just having issues with it. So if I cut out, I apologize. Um, yeah, so I mean, if you don't know me already, I'm Paper Druid, and I'm all about this what we're doing tonight, ecstatic dance, healing through movement, and also through journaling and letting out these things inside of us that maybe we haven't been listening to. So I hope that the journaling feels comfortable for you, and obviously, like, just do what feels right for you right now. You don't have to answer these questions. They are personal and can require. So, um, I'll just get right into the first question, and we can sit with it. We can see how we feel. And yeah, so the first question I put was, think of something that is no longer serving you. How long do you want to hold on to this? And then I put a little like mantra, a little affirmation at the bottom. I release this process. So the question is, think of no longer serving you. And how can we let go of that? And that could be anything. It could be something small. And so yeah, that's the first question. And I'm gonna write it too. So I will share.
So again, just to reiterate, so the first question is, think of something
Think
that
of
is no
something.
longer serving you. How long
Mm.
do you want to hold on to this? And the mantra, I think it actually cut out just a bit when Lacey was saying that, but the mantra is, I
Oh,
release the past with ease and trust the process of life. So again, at this point, I just invite everyone to just kind of like be in a little bit place of reflection. And for those of us who feel called to be able to talk into the circle in just a next moment, you're more than welcome to be able to do that. So let's just take literally just kind of like 30 seconds of just kind of like reflection. I want you guys to just be able to kind of reflect on this without me talking over it. And then anybody who wants to be able to share, and you might not even know what you're going to say right away until you start sharing. But again, you're more than welcome to do this, and this is all just practice. So let's just take again another moment here to be able to reflect on that question. Think of something that is no longer serving you. How long do you want to hold on to this? how long do you want to hold on to this? And that's a very interesting question, because it's one of those things where it's like, oh, don't let go of it too fast or you might not learn the lesson. Maybe there's a reason to hold on to something, but don't hold on for it too long, or else there's a whole nother lesson there. So we can talk more about it as a team. So just take a moment here, everyone. I'm just going to allow myself to just kind of reflect inwards as well. So everyone just go ahead and just breathe here just for about like 20, 30 seconds. And then whoever wants to be able to share in the circle will go from there. Take as much time as you need. If you're listening to this in the future, you're more than welcome to even just pause it and really just kind of dive in deep to this question. Each one of these could literally be something that you could like write an entire book about, write, or not a book, write like a page or two about in your book. If anybody feels called to share, go ahead and gently raise your hand. And honestly, guys, like, we're not expecting people to like share a lot on this. Like, each one, if even if it's just a small amount that you feel called to share, you're more than welcome to. But know that you sharing is going to allow other people to just be able to perhaps see themselves in what it is that you're communicating as well. So I'll have something I'll share a little bit, but I just want to be able to hold space for anybody else who would like to go first. So who wants to go in general? Just go ahead and just gently put your hand up, and we'll just get a feel for that for whoever wants to go. So Leeza, Curtis, Starsul, Kevin. Okay. Kevin, can I pass it to you first? Is that okay? I know you joined in just a little bit afterwards. Is that okay? All right. Okay. So we'll pass it over to Kevin. Kevin, please feel free to just super briefly introduce yourself. And again, reflecting on the question, think of something that is no longer serving you. How long do you want to hold on to this? And the mantra, I release the past with ease and trust the process. So let's give a nice welcome to Kevin. Kevin, when you're ready, talking stick is in your hand, and happy full moon, brother. Welcome.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. Happy full moon, everybody. So my name is Kaci Kevin Q. I love being here and I love these podcast events. So for this full moon, I'm letting go of shame. Specifically, I call it my cloak of shame. Yeah, it's an interesting question, right? Because like ideally now, duh, I don't want the shame no more. But how long do I want to hold on to it for? I think maybe like realistically, I wrote down until the spring. So this winter, I'm going to, get to know my cloak and really take my time taking it off, putting it back on, taking it off. But by the spring, the very first day of spring, like this cloak of shame, it's be gone. No more shame. No more shame by the spring.
Beautiful. Kevin, thank you so much. That's a beautiful, beautiful way for us to be able to just start off the discussion there. So wonderful. All right, we'll just keep passing the talking stick around. Who wants to, if somebody like really wants to go next, Curtis, will pass it over to you because I know you have to head out early. So Curtis, we'll pass it over to you. Thank you again, Kevin. Go ahead, Curtis.
Hey everybody, so good to be here. Good vibes. But what I'm trying to let go and my lesson right now is not to be so tenacious with like things in my mind. When I'm trying to, when you call it folly, you're just kind of like trying to think of scenarios in your head. You're trying to make everything look beautiful, glitter, whatever it may be. It kind of sometimes those things consume you and they consume me, and you kind of jump into things, rush into things, run over people, and kind of communicate in a way that's not really respectful. And I kind of wanted to let go of that, and I'm working on that. I mean, this whole transition into the age of Aquarius is like we're just it's change. We're manifesting into changing in a changing way, and this you can't rush it, and that's what's been going on this month too. It's just we can't rush it. It's all manifesting is really something that a lot of people don't understand. We glorify it, and um, I'm coming into my heart space and really digging deep right now, and so right now I'm just trying to be patient.
Wonderful. Kevin, thank you again for sharing. Or sorry, Curtis. Apologies. Curtis, thank you again for sharing. Awesome. And Curtis, you have to head out early still? Yeah. Okay, cool. Awesome. Curtis, I'm glad you're able to join in, man. Happy full moon. So beautiful. All right. Quick show of hands again. Who wanted to go next? And if somebody else wanted to go next that hadn't originally put their hand up, please by all means. Lacey's got their hand up, Ren, and Leeza. Leeza, we'll pass it to you next, and we'll pass it to Ren and then Lacey after that. And then from there, if there's nobody else, we'll just go on to the next question. So Leeza, when you're ready, go ahead, briefly introduce yourself and feel free to share from your heart. Welcome, Leeza.
Hello, everyone. I'm Leeza. For those of you who don't know me, I am a singer, a dancer, a tarot reader, and I like to express myself. Um, so something that no longer serves me and that I am excited to let go of is resentment. And the things that have happened to me in my life that, I think may have been unfair, or, things that it's like, why me, why poor me, and that I just, though, that kind of thinking is what I'm releasing. And how long? Well, again, like Kai said, realistically, first you need to accept the things that have happened to you and accept that you're feeling resentment. So before I can release it, I have to be able to accept it and then let it go. So that's where I'm at. And I release the past with ease and I trust the process. Trusting the process for me is something that is so beautiful and so amazing that I've recently started to really learn and trust. And bad things have happened to you and things that seem unfair and not, like, why me, but things happen for a reason, and we need to trust that the process of life is getting to you to where you need to be, and the lessons that you learn are through the things that may seem unfair to you. Those are lessons that you need to learn to be able to be who you are and to be able to be the fullest of your potential. So for me, I'm releasing resentment.
Wonderful. Leeza, thank you so much, everyone. And if you guys, I mean, like, I don't think like snaps are the appropriate thing tonight, but like, I don't know, like spirit fingers or just like blessings, whatever it is that you feel called to, wolf paws or something like that. Wolf ears, whatever it may be. So any form of gratitude that you guys feel free to express, please communicate it within the chat or otherwise. So okay, we'll pass it over to Ren next, and then from there, Lacey, and if there's anybody else, let us know. But other than that, we'll move into the next question because we still got, we'll move through this pretty swiftly. Ren, when you're ready, go ahead, briefly introduce yourself and share from your heart. Welcome, Ren.
Okay. Hi, guys. So I wasn't gonna share this because I was like, this is a little personal for me, but I was like, if it can help someone, I might as well. And like, I'm releasing it, so I'm putting it out there into the ether. But something that no longer is serving me is feeling not strong enough in my own body, because I've always suffered with chronic illness and Crohn's disease. So I recently just started getting help for it, and it's just something that I want to overcome and start to feel confident and strong in my own body. And so I'm releasing this. I want to feel confident. I want to feel happy, healthy, and safe, because we only have one body in this life, and who wants to not feel comfortable in it? So I'm releasing the fear of that I'm not strong enough physically, because I want to get help. And I finally found a doctor after 26 years who wants to work with me and make me like a healthy person. So I'm releasing that.
Ren, thank you so much for sharing. And again, just, I think tonight here, like really just like, again, welcoming and in a lot of ways, like celebrating our vulnerability. Cause I think in today's day and age, like we're shifting the paradigm where we realize that like vulnerability is strength. And so really just honoring the vulnerability of everybody here, because, like that's the thing, like everybody here is going through something, and we don't always see it on our social media posts. It can often be very personal, and we're not expected to share it all. That's there are some things that I think it's important that we can willingly choose to keep private, but I think, you know, as a community, when we really just kind of allow ourselves to pull back the layers and just be like, wow, okay, everybody here is, yes, going through things, but as a result of it, everybody here is like so uniquely strong and just like resilient in their own way, and really just being able to celebrate that. So Ren, thank you so much for sharing, and again, everybody else who shared up to this point. So I'm going to pass it to Abby in a second. Hana, thank you for joining as well. Hana just joined. Was there anybody else here that wanted to share on this question? Again, you're not Starsul, thank you. Starsul, will pass over to you, and then we'll pass it over to Lacey. And was there anybody else real quick? Otherwise, again, we'll go in, like, if listen to your heart. If you don't feel like this is a question that you're ready to share on, that's okay, because there are other questions that we'll get to. So Starsul, will pass it over to you. Go ahead, briefly introduce yourself, and let's give a nice welcome to Starsul. Welcome, Starsul.
Hello, my name is John. I go by Starsul. I'm really stoked to be here. I always enjoy time spent with the team, and I always learn a lot from both listening and sharing. And something I would really like to let go of in my life is a lot of anxiety, a lot of over analyzing, basically living in my mind about things, trying to fully comprehend how future events and timelines are going to play out as if I would really know, but I'm pretty, I feel like I'm really wired to just want to know how things are going to go, and it stops me from taking a lot of action because it's impossible, and I know that. And when I'm in my heart, when I'm heart-centered, I can act based on the energy of the moment and go with the flow, like everybody's been talking about. But you know, it's like an addiction to play it, to try to play everything out in the future. And so I want to let go of that. I like Kevin's timeline. Springtime sounds pretty good to me. Definitely not much longer than that. And like Leeza was talking about, it's going to require a lot of acceptance, and of that's part of my journey here as a soul. And there's a lot to be learned from why it is part of my personality. And so a lot of acceptance is involved in that. Yeah, I think that's all. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Starsul. Thank you, John, for sharing. And yeah, no, just everybody, thank you so much. So we'll just keep moving things along here. So Lacey, will pass over to you, and then we'll go into the next journal prompt question after that. So Lacey, when you're ready, go right ahead. Yep, you're good.
All right, so yeah, so for me, I put something that's no longer serving me is my fear of being in the past. I think hiding kept me safe, and I feel like I'm now in a position where I'm ready to like step into my light. So that's what I want to let go of, my fear of being seen and rising, sharing that with the world. So that's it.
Beautiful. Awesome. Thank you, Lacey. So we'll keep things moving along here. I know I kind of like said there was something I was going to share, but it might be something that I might share that might be more relative to one of the later prompts. So I'm just going to kind of move things along here as well. So we'll move it into the next journaling prompt, and then, like I said, we got 3 more, and then from there we'll get into our first ecstatic dance. And just thank you again, everyone, and please feel free to share whatever you're comfortable with. Lacey, we'll pass it back to you, and if you can just introduce the next prompt for us, we'll move into that. So go ahead, Lacey.
Sure. So the next journal prompt is a big yeah. So what fears have you not acknowledged? With honest acknowledgement, let them rise to the surface. I scared when. So that's like the question. When scared, and see what comes up.
Okay, so just to be able to reiterate that, so again, the prompt is, what fears have you not acknowledged? With honest acknowledgement, let them rise to the surface. I feel scared when. And so for everybody here, let's just take another just kind of like moment of just like 20-30 seconds of just your own silence, without me having to talk in your ear, and just giving you that opportunity to reflect within your own heart. So again, what fears have you not acknowledged? What honest acknowledgement, with honest acknowledgement, let them rise to the surface. I feel scared when. So just go ahead and take a moment here. Just keep taking your time here. Again, if you want to just keep journaling in your notepad, if you're listening to this while journaling at the same time, or writing it out, or just keep reflecting within your heart. I'll go first here, and then when you guys are ready, come back, and if you just want to gently raise your hand, just go ahead and let us know, and we'll pass it over to you at some point. So Hana will pass it over to you, and if anybody else just wants to put their hand up ahead of time, just let me know. Kat will pass it to you, and Curtis will pass it to you. Okay, so again, the question is, what fears have you not acknowledged? With honest acknowledgement, let them rise to the surface. I feel scared when. So for me, one of my fears, and again, you know, it's a fear that's always relative, and it's always something that is just kind of changing over time, and it's not something that's unique to my own, but it's the fear of loss. It's the fear of death. It's the fear of the fact that things come and go within our lifetime. And one of the things that I'm actually literally like processing like right now, and like I said, this is why I'm like, oh, I'm probably gonna cry tonight, and like this is why, like, because it's like literally like, it's hard for me to talk about, but I wouldn't be talking about it if I didn't feel like I was in a safe space to do it. And I know that me talking about it is also like a strength as well. um like I can talk about it, but it's like hard for my voice to talk about it. Like it's hard for me to breathe while talking about it. And it's nothing I haven't dealt with before, but um a lot of you know I have a beautiful dog, and yeah, he's just at the point in his life where the clock's winding down, and I'm not trying to be like a downer, and I apologize. And I mean, I apologize, but I don't apologize, because I mean, you know, if you guys feel this, like this is part of the embodiment, but like part of the embodiment is like being in this space where I can talk about it so that I can move through it. Like this is a medicine. Like this is what I need, because I know keeping it inside of me is like even harder. But yeah, no, he was at the vet's today, and we knew something was wrong for a while. And today some of the x-rays came back, and there's just like a large tumor, and it's gonna be one of those things where we don't really know, like it could be weeks, it could be days, it could be months. I really don't know, and it scares me. And I'm okay to acknowledge that I'm scared of it. And the only reason I'm scared of it is because I care so much. And from both sides, like, that's where I see things where it's just like, this is what love looks like. Love looks like the times where it's like the happiest memories, and then love is like literally the exact opposite. And this is, like, I've had another dog and it was like a similar journey, and it's never anything that gets easier. And I remind myself that, like, even in like the moments of them, like, of you, like, having the like the opportunity to be able to like walk them on the path, walk them on the rainbow bridge. And I know every single one of us can probably relate in our own way, be it like pets of any form, family members of any form. I see it also from the perspective that, like, this process of grieving and this process of death is also something that it too gives us like the gift of our strength. Now, I remember that, like, even when, a few years ago, back in 2016, where I was kind of going through a similar process, where it was like so sacred. And I just like kind of like saw a part of myself that was just like so strong through it, but not strong in the way where I wasn't feeling, but just being like strong enough to feel. And I think, like, for me, like, that's where, like, I'm okay to admit that, like, I'm scared of that. And like, the more that I admit that, the more that I allow myself to like really just feel like how much I love him. So that's something that, that's something that I'm dealing with. Like, that's a fear. Like, that's, like, I'll be feeling that for a while. And yet I still have to, take care of myself and take care of people around me and keep doing what I can. And I feel really, really supported in a community where I know that you guys will understand that. And I'm just really grateful for the space where I can like even practice just like hearing myself talk about it. And that's what I wanted to share. And that's all I'm going to share right now. And and again, you guys are welcome to feel if you feel, but don't think this won't stop me from like celebrating and dancing as we get going. Like, that's like honestly, like right now, like one of the best things I could have is to like be with you guys right now. In the same way that I hope you would feel the same if you're going through something similar. And maybe there are people who are literally going through something similar in their own way right now. And I just want to acknowledge like your strength and your vulnerability and like how much, again, you're just so deeply loved. And so shout out to Dallin, beautiful golden retriever. And my journey is, and I was kind of like laughing about this, where I'm just like, I can look to him and I can like honor what I admire in him. And for me going forward, it's almost like this meditation where like I get to practice like being a golden retriever, which is kind of funny, where it's like, excuse me, where it's like, when you look at pets and you look at dogs and it's just like, what do you see in them? It's just like this like super deep presence and gratitude and love. And how can I be more of that? Like, how can I literally be like more like my dog in like a really real way? And so that's just something I'm kind of thinking about, and just thinking and just learning. And yeah, anyways, I'll pass the talking stick around. If anybody wants to go after that beautiful mess, please, by all means. So, and again, for everybody here, like, hug your dogs a little bit tighter, enjoy every second, and that's what I'll do, So, and I love you guys too. If anybody wants to go next, Lacey, do you want me to pass it to you next? If you want. I know. Lacey, go ahead if you want to go next. I mean, obviously, like, Lacey already knew about this. Like, she was,
Yeah.
we actually went and visited him today, so she was with me today. And Lacey, I love you so much for your support as well. So But yeah,
of course. Well, thanks for sharing your vulnerability, and
yeah,
you're not alone, with it. And I think releasing it as you're speaking it out, right? You're releasing, and we're able to hold you while you release that. And you're so supported in that. And the thing I wrote really goes hand in hand with what you said. I wrote, I feel scared in the uncertainty, not knowing how things will play out and not having control over it. And that's life. Like, we don't have control about, um, but we can release want to control it. I think that's what I want to do. I want to release my constant need to have things figured out, and because there's so much magic in the in between, and there's so much growth in the pain, and that's where we grow the most. So yeah, I love you so much, Brendon. You're so sweet, and I love you. So that I wanted to
yeah,
share. So I'll pass the talking
yeah.
stick over.
Yeah. Thank you, Lacey, and thank you, everyone. I'm just, as I wipe the tears from my eyes, frankly, I'm just gonna let them sit there. I'm just embracing this like beautiful mess that I've become, this like sacred puddle of love that we all become. It's what we come from, and it's what we will all return to. Like, that's the thing. Like, these moments when we're scared, these moments when we're feeling, like, honestly, it's in those moments where like we are like closer, like we are like close to God in those moments, whatever that means to you. When you're feeling so deeply, like, that is like so sacred. Like, that is the infinite, just like beautiful range of this experience. um yeah, but just want to acknowledge those of you sharing in the YouTube chat. Thank you again for your comments. And again, like I said, my story is just a microcosm of a macrocosm, because I know a lot of people, they're dealing with similar things in different ways with people that they love within their life, human and animal, all alike. So I just send so much love to every single one of you as well. And I just, we hold you together here as a community. So, and that's what makes us strong. It's being able to move through the challenging things together. So we'll pass over to the next person. Just give me a hands. Hana, I know you had your hand up, so we'll pass over to Hana, and then the next person. I know Kat, Kristen, Carley, and anybody else. So Hana, I'll pass it over to you. When you're ready, Hana, go ahead, briefly introduce yourself. And again, I'll just reiterate the journal prompt. What fears have you not acknowledged? With honest acknowledgement, let them rise to the surface. I feel scared when. So Hana, welcome. Go right ahead.
Thanks, Brendon. I am Hana Joy. Hippie Hana on TikTok. Maybe you know me from there. And when I was contemplating this question, the fear that arose is actually a really deep-rooted one. It's a fear of being wrong, which I think actually goes hand in hand with Lacey's fear of uncertainty. I think that goes even deeper, of this fear of not being perfect, not being like the best, not being good at everything. And like, thinking of this question, I flashed back to a time when I was in the car with my dad and my brother, and a train was coming, and we'd have this game where my dad was like, what side is the train coming from? And I remember one time I couldn't even answer because I wasn't sure. And my dad asked me, like, Hana, why couldn't you answer? And at the time I didn't really know, but I see now that it's just that fear of not being right, not being good enough, which I don't know why in my mind I equate like correctness with being good enough. That was interesting to me because I didn't know that I had this fear. And I think that's why, for me, whenever I can really just let go and let my intuition guide me, things are so beautiful. But it's hard. It's hard to release what the next step will be, what the answer is. Oftentimes, there's not even one answer. Yeah, that's what came up for me. Thanks for creating the safe space for us to be able to share.
Thank you as well, Hana. Let's keep passing it along, and please, by all means, guys, if the person before you says something that maybe you want to acknowledge or resonate with, please, by all means, like, let this be not just individual sharing, but also a discussion as well. So, let's see, Kat, where's Kat? Kat, okay, we'll pass over to Kat, and then we'll pass over to Kristen, and then Carley. Kat, if you're ready, thumbs up from you, or do you want me to pass it to Kristen first?
I'm ready, but Curtis wanted to go.
Curtis wanted to go because Curtis has to head out early. Thank you for that.
Yeah, and so I'll go after Curtis.
Okay. All right, Curtis, we'll pass over to you, dude. When you're ready, go right ahead.
Appreciate it. First off, Brendon, what you were going through when you said you were closer to God, and it made me that brought back a lot of, like, when you're crying out and you have no control over maybe the truth, and that hits me really hard, and I had that kind of like jolt in my soul, and I have been through a relationship in the past where that person was really had a lot of illness, physical illness like lupus and cancer, and I did everything I could to try to help her and love her as best I could, but that actually relationship wasn't good for me. And that was the sad part about that. Like, just, and that actually, Hana, when you were talking about you as a kid, that reminded me of a time when I was 5. This is a deep story. I don't tell, well, I tell very close people, but one time I was skipping in the kitchen, and it was the 9/11 remembrance, and or they had it on TV, and there's a plane going over my house, and I was skipping. I wasn't supposed to skip in the kitchen. I wasn't supposed to run in the kitchen, and I was in joy. I was happy. I was in love or something, and I heard the plane. My mom, I thought my mom was mad at me for skipping, but she was trying to, like, probably turn off the TV or something, and the plane was gonna hit. And I just thought that what I was doing was causing the plane to come towards my house. And my biggest fear is me being myself and not being loved. Like, it's a weird thing. Like, me being happy and joyful, and someone not, like, accepting that, and someone not, like, really understanding what it is that I am, and someone not really like, just being mad at that, or I don't know. And that's something that I had gone through, and that really triggered a memory that I have been I always remember. And yeah, I'm still looking for the right person for that, but um that's what I'm trying to my biggest fear is really acceptance of my joy and being myself.
Thank you, Curtis, for sharing, man. Just sending so much love your way, dude. And no, I think it, together here as a team, we create a really special space where people do feel celebrated in expressing their joy and expressing their authentic self. So, Curtis, thank you for doing that and sharing yourself here tonight. So awesome, wonderful, Curtis. All right, we'll keep things moving along here. Kat, we'll pass it over to you next, and then we'll pass it over to Kristen, and then Carley, and then if there's anybody else, that's okay. And again, please, like, we'll just move into the next prompt, so don't feel obligated to share on every question if you guys are just reflecting within your own space. Kat, when you're ready, go right ahead and give everybody here give a nice warm welcome to Kat. And Kat, please feel free to briefly introduce yourself as well. Go ahead.
Hey guys, how's it going? I am Kat Hart. You can pretty much follow me on all my social media under Kat Hart. It's KATHEART, Kat Hart. So lots of love to not only our tribe and everybody in the room. I love you, Brandon, so much. And I'm sending lots of love your way with everything going on. So for me, I have this really, and I work really hard to not stay in any kind of fear. So I don't feel like I'm holding on to it, but it's something that does come up for me. I try real hard to act in um, just gratitude, and when I stay in gratitude, it's hard to be fearful for me because, but I'm like everybody else. I mean, fears come up of, you know, being good enough or being accepted, and I think for me the biggest one is I want to live up to my potential. Like I don't want to leave this world with regret at all. I that is my absolute driving force, deepest fear, that I am not giving or doing enough, and that I just don't want, I don't want to die with regret. I want to I want to be all of me, and I want to know what that is or not know what that is, or I just keep going till the day that I die, but at least knowing that I died making a difference and making a purpose. So that's for me.
Thank you, Kat. Thank you. And you're making such a difference, Kat. And thank you. You know, just every single one of us right now, we're exactly where we need to be. And just the amount of difference that we made, I think, is sometimes bigger than we know. But Kat, I just want to say I'm so grateful to know you and thank you so much. It's been absolutely beautiful just getting to know each other. So beautiful. Awesome. All right, team, thank you guys so much. This is really, really, again, that's kind of the beauty of this space. Like, it's, we create the container and then the universe is just like, here's what I need to express. And that's a very, very special, very sacred experience. Just being in this place where nobody here really knows exactly what's going to happen. We create the container, but whatever needs to come up will come up. So thank you again, everybody, for holding space. We'll pass over to Kristen, and again, reminder, we got 2 more prompts after this, and then we'll get into our first ecstatic dance. So don't worry, like, again, like because then after that, the next questions are going to be like embodiment questions. So that's what we're doing here again. So if it feels like it's like a little bit heavy and things like that, like, that's okay. Like, sit with that, like allow yourself to feel what's needing to be felt right now, be it your own or just, again, what other people are sharing that perhaps you resonate with as well. Let me just double check. So Kristen, Carley, who else wants to go? Anybody else? Kaci and John again. Okay. All right. So we'll pass over to Kristen next. So Kristen, let's give a nice warm welcome to Kristen. Kristen, please go ahead and briefly introduce yourself and share from your heart. Welcome, Kristen.
Hello, beautiful souls. It's so lovely to see each and every one of you, just amazing, inspiring, lovely people, just showing up and connecting with your hearts. And I really appreciate each and every one of your shares. It's been really interesting to kind of see how they've correlated with my own. And so I'm just really feeling really connected with you guys right now. And being able to sit with that question of what do you fear that you have not acknowledged was really powerful for me to be able to just really sit and ask my heart, because if it's not something I've acknowledged, it's not really something I've thought of. And so the first thing that came up for me was fear of loss. And so I asked, like, fear of loss for what? What are we losing? And just being able to acknowledge that that desire for control over whatever it is, whatever the situation may be, feeling like whatever we do or whatever we say is going to control the outcome of either a relationship or a situation. And so really being able to release the fear of losing that control whenever it's not really something that is anything I have in the first place. And so I kind of broke it down and asked, well, what are we losing? And it's the fear of missing out by not taking the right action, and feeling like if I do A instead of B, well, then I missed out on whatever could have happened on B timeline instead. And so just really being able to see that, like, the fear of not wanting to miss out on anything in life is not really appreciating the now moment and appreciating all of the beautiful things that I do have. And just being grateful for each and every moment that we get to share with our loved ones or with our friends or family, and cherishing them for what they are in the now moment, and not expecting them to be anything bigger or anything less than exactly what they are, and really trying to release those expectations over what anything needs to be, and just allowing it to just be beautiful for exactly what it is. And so yeah, I was really grateful for that. Thank you, Lacey, for the prompt, and Brendon for holding the space.
Thank you again, Kristen. And yeah, no, I'm just kind of reading the comments in the YouTube chat. Just acknowledgement for everybody there. Thank you again for sharing your prompts and just your thoughts in general. And you know, it's one of those things where, like, for some of us, it's just like, man, like, we do our laughter meditation, we do our mindfulness meditation. It's like, how do we do the crying meditation? Like, how do we do that one? Because, like, that's one that I want to be able to, like, click on and off, you know, because I feel like it's one of those things where if we were able to just kind of like do it on the regular, it'd be like so nurturing for us, so healing, so releasing. Again, a lot of times, when we keep that energy inside of us, it stagnates, it builds up, it kind of like locks us in and sort of thing. So I really just honor everybody here, just feeling, you know, the space that we've created here as a community, and allowing whatever perhaps you feel needs to be released, let go of, move through, just let those waters flow. So yeah, thank you again, everyone, so much for being here. And again, we're doing this because this is a part of the process, this is a part of the growth, and it's just, you know, something, it's a part of a bigger thing. So I really appreciate everybody for doing the work. That's what you're doing right now, you're doing the work. So let's keep things passing around here. We'll pass it over to Carley next. Carley, if you're ready, just go ahead and give a thumbs up. Carley, I'm not sure if your camera's working right now, but if you're there, just go ahead and let us know. There we go. Okay, perfect.
Yeah. Oh, can you see me? Can you hear me?
No, it's all good. Okay, so let's give a nice warm welcome to Carley. Carley, when you're ready, briefly introduce yourself and share from your heart. Welcome.
Hey guys. I haven't been involved as much as I want to, but I'm kind of just jumping back into it. I'm sure you see my son. He's popping on here. I have a 2-year-old. But I'm a yoga practitioner. Been meditating for a few years now. Been doing yoga since I was 5 with my grandma. So yoga is a big part of my life. But yeah, just getting into this conscious community has been so healing for me. These journal prompts are amazing, Lacey and Brendon. Oh my goodness. And for this one, the fears that I haven't acknowledged really was just kind of, I go by Cosmically Carley, if you guys all know me by that. That's what I go by on Instagram and YouTube and everything. But yeah, the fears that I haven't acknowledged, I think so much of this, like Curtis was saying, was about manifestation. We have this idea that it's like this one way, or and so I feel like I've been trying to be, you know, positive about everything, but that doesn't let in that fear. You know, I need to accept that fear. Like we said, accept it first and then release it. So I'm really still scared about finances. Like that's a big one for me that just creates a lot of anxiety and stress, and relationships. Just both, you know, always being told that, thank you, that both are hard to attain, they're hard to keep, you know, everything, you know, relationships are a struggle, money, working, you got to work hard. I don't want to eat it right now. He's trying to feed me. And I want to trust in the universe, but I have this anxious attachment style of, you know, feeling like it's all going to be taken from me. And so much of that started in childhood from, you know, that fear of abandonment. And just, I don't know, maybe it's a 90s kid thing. My parents were very hands off with parenting, and didn't feel like they were there much. So I just kind of trying to accept that the universe has me, you know, it's holding me, it's gonna take care of me, but I have to let go of those fears. Just trying to do that, trying to just breathe through it, meditate more, and let go of those fears, because it's just a big trigger for me.
Carley, thank you so much, and to your son for assisting and adding their energy as well. Wonderful. No, I think you speaking on that just really is something that I think a lot of us feel in so many ways. So I know people can relate to that. So thank you again for sharing from your heart. We'll keep things moving along here. But again, if anything somebody says before you, if you guys want to reply to it or anything like that, or just want to acknowledge it, please by all means. Let's keep the things. Sorry, John, I know you had your hand up. Who else had their hand up? That Kaci. We'll pass it to Kaci next, and then John, and then if there's anybody else, we'll go from there. But otherwise, we'll go right into the next prompt, and then we got one more after that, and then we'll get right into our first ecstatic dance. So, Kaci, when you're ready, welcome, and go ahead briefly introduce yourself, and when you're ready, welcome, Kaci.
Hello everyone. My name is Kaci. I go by Lunar Moods as well. I had a couple that actually popped up, but the one that really got me was not being able to speak up at a certain time, and being able to, as a kid, I was always shut down and I was always not able to speak my truth. And if I didn't say a certain thing at a certain time, then that whole like emotion or that whole sentence would just run away. And that's kind of how I have a fear, and I want to be able to share, but there's just certain times that it doesn't feel right to speak up, or if that makes sense. Like I don't, yeah. But another one was like losing my memories really, really fast, and being able to like not have those memories to look back on. I don't, yeah, that's another one. But yeah, I don't know, I'm starting to like memories and starting to lose them, and I don't know. Sorry. But it was but yeah, being able to speak up and then people looking down on you, I guess. And I don't know. I don't know where to go with that, but yeah. I had more to say, but I can't remember all of it. It's kind of the whole just feeling scared and just losing a part of myself is the greatest fear. And if I was gone tomorrow, would like anybody have memories? What kind of memories would they have towards me? Or if I said a certain thing, and did they like dwell on that certain thing, or that kind of, yeah. And I think that's it. Like Hana was talking about it too, just feeling like you may be wrong in a situation, even though deep down you know it's right, but everybody has their own opinion and you just want to have them keep it. I don't know. But yeah, that's what I wanted to share.
Thank you, Kaci, so much for sharing. And again, you know, I think it's one of those things where it's like our memories exist through other people too, and I know, Kaci, there's plenty of memories that all of us share here with you and the other members of the community. And so thank you, Kaci, just for being a part of this community. And it's, again, you know, from my perspective, I have an interesting seat where I just get to really be able to like see each and every single one of you grow in beautiful ways. And in Kaci, you've grown so much over these past few months, and I speak on behalf of all of us. I'm just so proud of you, and thank you again for being able to share from your heart. So cool. Okay, we'll keep things moving along here. Pass it over to John, and let me just double check. Was there anybody else after John, or otherwise we'll go right into the next journal prompt? So okay, so from John, and then we'll go into the next journal prompt. John, go ahead, take your time when you're ready. Go ahead.
Well, come to find out, I feel really scared when I'm asked to talk about my fears in public. I get really scared when I feel like I'm making a big commitment. There might be many reasons for that. Maybe just having experienced so many divorces in my family, and kind of like all these split family scenarios that never played out. I've never felt like making a commitment was really even wise almost for me to do that. And that's a big theme in my life that's tied in with fear. I'm definitely afraid to make any big decisions quickly. And it's like the more sensitive I come and the more I grow and become open to the energies and aware of how I tie into the collective, it's like every decision becomes bigger. The small decisions feel bigger, and that scares me too. That's of course my mind grappling with these ideas. So, and I get a lot of anxiety thinking about how like my decisions affect the collective. And like it was a lot like what Kristen was talking about, and other people have talked about. Am I making the right decision? Am I picking the right timeline? I guess it's the word "right" that needs to be eradicated from my vocabulary. And I feel it helps to focus on things more as an experience than a test or a series of challenges that need to be, I guess, accomplished, or trials. You know what I'm trying to say. And looking at things more from the heart as an experience of life. If there's no right or wrong, like people have said, that really helps quell that. And I'm learning how to do that better. Yeah, just the fear, these kind of fears lead me to the feeling of carrying the world on my shoulders, which is an age-old situation that we know is just not good. But I literally sometimes just feel like I am literally carrying the world on my shoulders. And it's scary. It really is. I don't.
Feel you so much, John. I'm with you,
It's
dude.
so hard to make decisions sometimes. But being a friend, we're actually just having a conversation. I suddenly felt inspired to bring into this one about how we're the me that we were talking about timelines. If we want to put it into that realm of thought, it's like I'm experiencing life differently across different timelines and different lives simultaneously. So a lot of the pressure can be let go by just knowing that I'm sort of balancing myself out in these other realities. And we're also doing that as a collective, where if one person falls behind, another person sort of pushes forward. And I think there's a lot of peace to be found in that. And I guess I'm just going to leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Thank you so much. And so much love for you, and lots of love coming through in the chat as well. And I mean, again, like when we really allow ourselves to get real and vulnerable with our emotions, is again, what we're doing here. For me, one of the things is it just like inspires not only me, but I speak on behalf of a collective in some form or another. It inspires me / us to like help alleviate the suffering of others, kind of like this Buddha nature, to do what we can to help those that we can, to make sure no one gets left behind, to see where there needs to be the role for us to reach back and lend a helping hand. That for me is what community is about. It's not about us just trying to run as fast as we can and get ahead of everyone else. It's kind of, like, let's walk this path together, right? And if we need to slow down in order to be able to help someone keep up, let's do that, and I really remind ourselves, though we haven't explicitly talked about it tonight. So tonight's full moon is in Leo. It's also known as the wolf moon, and I really invite us to be able to kind of like reflect on the archetypes of the wolf how it operates as a tribe, and how it does that, where, you know, oftentimes like the leader will like be at the back kind of like looking over things, and will be able to kind of like tend to the group, and tend to the elders who might be going at a slower pace, and the pack will go as slow as the slowest wolf type thing in order to be able to make sure that it's working together and getting where it needs to. And again, just in the terms of Leo, and we'll get into the next prompt here in a second. The whole idea that this full moon is in Leo really invites us to really be able to kind of like reflect on our relationship of, yes, leadership, both within community and both within our own lives, and also just, you know, this is almost like a whole nother discussion that we won't really get into today, but it also invites us to really just be able to reflect on balance between ourselves and our ego, to be able to develop a healthier relationship with our ego, and to really reflect on how can we become conscious leaders, not just, you know, like influencers in a stereotypical sense, but conscious leaders, like really, really mindful leaders, and doing it in a way where, you know, we play and we dance within the avatar of our ego, because it's this unique, beautiful expression of who we are, and we can celebrate that. We can celebrate that within each other, while at the same time, you know, allowing ourselves to just constantly be in this place of humility, and altruism, and really just being able to see the shared value and the shared worth of each and every single one of us wherever we are along the path. So in this full moon of Leo, let us really move through this process here together as a community, where what we're doing is like we're slowing things down right now before we like run ahead. Let's slow things down, and let's just really check in with like, how is everyone feeling right now? What do we need to feel right now is a very, very powerful question, right? Before we just jump into the next thing. And so I really just honor, you know, the Leo within each and every single one of us. And that Leo is sometimes, like we said, sometimes the Leo isn't going to be the one that's like, I'm the tough guy. Sometimes the Leo is literally just like, I'm feeling what I need to feel right now. And that's going to look messy, and that's going to look, you know, just like all sorts of things, right? But then we honor that because we know it's a part of the process, as well. And again, kind of like what Kat kind of mentioned to this, and I think this is honestly, it's such a powerful thing for all of us. And I'll just say this, and we'll pass it over to Lacey, is that as we continue to evolve our consciousness, one thing that I've observed, and this is just speaking from personal experience, is that we can become more aware of how to navigate these emotional waters, so that whereas in the past, say if we just weren't entirely familiar with it, you know, it can be not uncommon for them to just like engulf us, and it feels like we're just kind of stuck there without a life preserver, and we're just kind of struggling to keep ourselves afloat, and then we get stuck there for a while. And this happens, I think we've all experienced this, that as we kind of move through this process of maturing and evolving, we become better at understanding and relating and feeling our feelings, and getting into this place of being able to openly move into those spaces of uncomfort, to be able to say like, what do I need to work on here, what needs to come up? And then as we evolve, it seems as if we move through this process of where in the past, something that we might have been in, like something heavy or something like that, you know, say like a, you know, could have been like a relationship that we break up out of, is always like a relative example. In the past, it might have taken us, you know, like 6 months to get over that, and I'm putting that in air quotes, right? Whereas, and again, this is a relative example, whatever it may be, but then as you evolve, you know, it might move into the future where you might go through the same thing, but then it's just like you're so much more aware of how to process your emotions and how to sit with them and heal them and listen, and to see those places that hurt. Like, this is a very, very powerful idea. When we're feeling those feelings of quote unquote hurt, what that's actually doing is it's our body and our spirit showing us where there's more parts in ourselves to send love. Like, very, very simply put, when we're feeling those feelings of the just like, ooh, this hurts, literally train your mind to say like, oh, that's a part in myself where I need to send more love, or where I can send more love. So honor that as a message that your body is telling you. So once you evolve as, you know, your own being, you'll go through this process where you'll feel things, and then you become aware and be like, where, like, get curious about your feelings, get curious about your discomfort, be like, where do I need to send love right now? And what does that look like? And that's where it, you know, sometimes it gets into the simple things, just like, you know, taking time for ourselves, and, you know, movement, ecstatic dance. Like that's where, like, again, like what we're going to do here tonight moves into this. And sometimes one of the best ways to be able to move through these emotions is to literally move through the emotions, not to just let them sit there, but to get them out, to move them through you like water, like an energy, to let them become that current. And then as we do this, we just get into this space where, you know, we still honor whatever it is that arises without having to dismiss it, but we evolve at how we relate to those moments that, you know, the challenges will always come. And it's not the challenges that will get like harder or easier. It's more so just kind of like how we will relate to those challenges in many different ways, relatively speaking, of course. But anyways, that's what I was just going to say. Maybe we continue to just, you know, become gentler and wiser with our own energies and with our own heart, with our own feelings, and just continue to learn. And this is a simple thing. May we continue to learn how to love ourselves so that we can continue to learn how to love others. Very simply put, very simply put. And that's what we're doing here. We're learning how to love ourselves first and foremost so that we can continue to love each other as a community. If that resonates with you guys, go ahead, drop some 1111s in the chat. I'm just going to bring a couple other people here on air, and I think we're gonna move into the next. Did anybody else really want to share on that one? Because the next one, we're gonna go into the next one. The next one's like, it's kind of similar. So if you're just like, oh, I wasn't 100% sure on sharing that one, then this one might be fine for you. Okay, we'll just go right into the next one because I want to just be able to keep an eye on the time. And after this, we got one more question, and then we get into our first round of ecstatic dance. So you guys are doing so good. Thank you again, everyone, so much for being a part of this beautiful sacred space. Lacey, if you're there, we're gonna pass it over to you, and you can just lead us into the next prompt. So Lacey, when you're ready, go right ahead. And if there's anything else you feel called to share based on stuff I was talking about or otherwise, go ahead.
Yeah, totally. I definitely wanted to say, you know, thank you everyone for sharing. I don't know you guys, but I feel so close to you. I know that there's this common thread that's like woven between all of us, and by sharing like our our insecurities and our fears, it's just making us like, it's just so beautiful. Like, thank you so much for sharing. I resonated with everything that was said with like Kaci and John. Like, John, thank you so much. I think that's his name, John. Everything he said, I just felt in my heart, like, you know, we do all the work, and, you know, we're evolving as spiritual beings on this planet, and we're still human, you know, we're still human, and we still have these fears, and we still have all this stuff that can still come up even after we've done the work. And I just wanted to share something before I move to the prompt. But, you know, this was like, yeah, like a couple years ago when I was doing a medicine journey, and I just remembered thinking, like, going into the medicine journey, I was like, you know, a bit in an ego trap, in the sense that I thought, you know, I don't need to do much more work. Like, I've done so much work. I've come so far. I've overcome, you know, so many obstacles in my life that I'm not sure what's going to come up for me during this medicine. And yet there was still lots more to uncover in my heart and in my soul. And every day is a chance to do that work, and we're all doing it today together. So I'll move to the next prompt, and it is similar to the last one. So I put, give yourself permission to feel your emotions, because I think a lot of the times, especially in this society, we're told to feel a certain way or act a certain way, and this is your permission to fully feel it, to feel scared fully, to feel angry, to feel sad, to feel worried. Affirm these emotions inside of you. And if I think with myself, like, what do I feel right now? And I feel, you know, I definitely feel angry a lot of the time, and it definitely wells up in me. So I'm affirming this emotion right now. What emotion are you afraid to feel? Let this move through you, and when you're ready, you can release that. So if you want to share what emotion that is, please do that. So yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you, Lacey. So again, I'll just reiterate that, and we'll just kind of take a moment here, just give everyone a chance to just kind of reflect without any additional noise. Again, the prompt is, Give yourself permission to feel your emotions, to feel scared, angry, sad, worried, etc. Affirm this emotion. What emotion are you afraid to feel? Let it move through you, and when you are ready, release it. Take a moment here, reflect on that, and let's just allow ourselves to just kind of take about 30 seconds, then we'll come back here. So for everybody here listening in the future, just go ahead, just be in your own silence. What emotion are you afraid to feel? Let it move through you, and when you're ready, release it. Give yourself permission to feel your emotions. Continue to take your time here. If you want to just keep journaling on this while we're talking, please, by all means. And for those of you who feel ready to be able to share into the circle, just go ahead and give us a hands up, and we'll pass it around as we go through this. And welcome again, Johnny and Amanda, for joining in as well. Welcome, Johnny and Amanda. Okay, so Leeza, Kai, and anybody else who wants to put their hand up in the next little bit, we'll do that. Yeah, and again, you know, the one thing I'll just say here, and I'll talk about more about this later. I talk about this a lot, and this idea of, you know, like, not within the conscious community and things like that, we get into this idea of like not being allowed to feel angry, not being allowed to feel fear. But again, you know, from my perspective, and I'll just say this just as context for what we're moving into, because I feel it will complement what's going to be said. I talked about this before, and very simply put, from one perspective, you know, there's this idea that like anger and even fear are actually just like love in disguise. The reason why you're angry about something is because you deeply care about something. Say if there's like an injustice happening, get angry about that, you know, because that's actually like you saying, I care about something and I want to see this done justly and right. You know, I want to be able to alleviate the suffering of others. If you see people who are, you know, being repressed, if that doesn't make you angry, then that probably means that you're apathetic, which means there might be something there to just become more aware of, or at least just kind of disconnected from that part of yourself, at least. So again, and even the fear, you know, kind of what I was talking about earlier with my dog, with Dallin. I honor the fact that the fear is actually the fear of losing something that I love. It's not so this idea of like, oh, don't fear, don't be angry. It's like, no, if those are coming up inside of you, those are emotions in motion. Feel it and pay attention to it and get curious about it and look at it and understand like why you're feeling it without shaming yourself in terms of feeling it, and then being able to more mindfully move forward with your relationship to that emotion. We'll pass it over to Kai, and then we'll pass it over to Leeza. Kai, when you're ready, go right ahead, and thank you in advance for sharing.
Oh, yeah, I resonate so deeply with everything that's been shared, especially John. Thank you for sharing. Like you spoke my mind, and I feel you. I totally feel you. Um, for me, what came up with this prompt, I'm afraid to like feel like unconditional affection, like affection that's towards myself, just because, like without me needing to like, you know, achieve anything or me doing anything for me to feel this affection. And really feeling this unconditional affection with other people too. Because I know for me, like I try really hard to like open myself up and to be able to like receive affection. And I know for me, like I've created a lot of like barriers where it's really shown up in my close relationships. Like when I get maybe like friends that end up like, you know, getting pretty close and intimate, my blockages would be like I would kind of push them away. I would feel almost like, I don't know, uncomfortable, like the overthinking mind starts kicking in, and I try and almost distance myself. I don't know exactly why. I don't know, it's because like I feel like I don't deserve their love, or I don't trust them. So for me, it's really to I guess accept and believe that my close friends, family, and even like new friends, like when they genuinely like say to me that they enjoy spending time with me, it's real. So for me, it's really to yeah, to feel affection and to receive it and to continue to give it, um without that requirement. Like, I don't need to do anything to be able to accept affection, and I don't need to like withhold my affection for any reason, other than it just feels so loving. It feels so beautiful and amazing to give love and to receive love, just for the act of doing it. So yeah, I'm really feeling into um, allowing myself to receive and to be affectionate.
Thank you, Kai. I again, if you guys resonate with anything Kai said or any of the speakers, please feel free to leave your comments into the chat. And that's such a powerful theme that I know a lot of us here resonate with. This challenge with being able to like receive love sometimes, and again, like a lot of it, this isn't really a full discussion for today, but again, like it's just interesting to be able to observe how a lot of what we're talking about here right now is such, again, a ripple effect of how we were raised, our relationships when we were young, the love we didn't or did receive, and what that looked like, even forms of unhealthy love that we might have received, that ultimately shapes us. And again, as many of you have probably heard in some form or another, it's like, you know, how you were raised and the environment that you were brought up even as a teenager and things like that, it's not really something that you had full control over. However, as an adult, how you manage the healing process and moving forward in the embodiment, that is something that is entirely your responsibility. And I just say this, for everybody here listening, where it's like, as we learn to heal ourselves, we learn to heal the world. And I've kind of said this already before, but it's just kind of this idea that from a soul perspective, those of us who are just like, damn, man, I've gone through some hard stuff. You've gone through that hard stuff, relatively speaking, also from this perspective that it's like made you into this, like, it's made you into this incredibly beautiful, empathetic person. And you wouldn't be able to heal those parts of the collective if you hadn't gone through that in some way or another. So again, it's seeing two sides of the coin, where it's like the challenge is also the gift of our strength. So for all of us, as soul, I've talked about this before, where it's like we came here to take on those challenges because we are brave enough to do so. So for everybody here who has those challenges, who are feeling them right now, thank you for being the brave soul that you are. And I just honor that, and I see you. So hi, thank you again. We'll pass it over to Leeza, and then from here, just give me, again, just hand up Amanda. And if anybody else wanted to share, you're more than welcome to. Kaci and Lacey as well. Okay, and John. Okay, and Abby. Okay, so pass it over to Leeza, and then from there we got one more question, and then we got a first round of ecstatic dance, and then again the questions after the next round, again they're quite a different style of questions. So Leeza, when you're ready, go right ahead and feel free if there's anything you wanted to reply to and anything else you just want to talk about, go for it, Leeza.
Thank you everyone for sharing. I've resonated so hard with most of everything that you guys have been saying, and it hits home. Um, so thank you for sharing that and being so vulnerable. This prompt for me hits a little different. For a long time growing up, I shut my emotions down. I was told that I felt too much and I felt too hard. So to combat that, I shut down, and I didn't want to feel any negative emotions. So I shut my feelings off, so that I couldn't feel any positive either. And I went through a really bad depressive episode, and I suffered through like self-harm, and I had to find some type of release for my emotions. And you know, the one emotion that I'm still afraid to feel is that uncomfortability, being uncomfortable and not being able to feel anything at all and being numb. And because I remember how that felt, and it's so hard to go through that and to, you know, go through life feeling completely numb and not feeling anything. And it was actually really very recent that I've been able to start to feel again and and I didn't even realize it. But to start to feel, and I actually, and even the bad things, and all of those uncomfortable feelings and the anger. And you know, there were some comments in the YouTube channel where, you know, people were just saying how, you know, it's okay to feel like scared to feel anger towards people that you love, and scared to feel bad towards the people that you love because you love them so much, and you know, there's so much love that you have for them. And being able to express negativity towards them, it's like, well, I don't want to hurt them, but you know, it's validating yourself, like you're allowed to feel those things, and it's okay, and you're human, and it's okay to feel those things, because if you feel the bad stuff, that makes the good stuff so much better, and it makes the happiness and the joy and the love so much stronger. And so, you know, to be able to feel is so a strong message, and just to feel with your heart. And to all the people out there who have been told that they feel too much, or that they they're too sensitive, or any of those things, just know that like you're so special, and feeling is not a bad thing. Feeling is so empowering. So thank you so much for everyone here for this safe space, and thank you for letting me share.
Leeza, thank you so much. Beautiful. Wow, like this is, again, just everybody here, this is group cathartic, you know, and just the words coming through are just so special and meaningful. So Leeza, thank you again. And I know so many people here are just like, wow, like speaking something that I deeply resonate with. So you guys are so freaking brave. I love you guys. All right, let's keep passing it around. Okay, so I just wanted to check in. Okay, sorry, just hands up again. So Kaci, John, and who else? Abby and Lacey. Okay, and Amanda. Okay, we're gonna pass it over to Abby, and then we'll pass it over to Amanda, just because we haven't heard from them yet. So let's pass it over to them. Abby, when you're ready, go ahead and briefly introduce yourself and share what you'd like to share on this prompt.
Hey guys, I'm Abs Archive. I've resonated with literally every single thing everyone said. Like, I've just been like going through every single fear that I've had and every single emotion in the last couple weeks. And I've been like just crying a lot and sitting with all of these emotions. So thank you guys for sharing and just validating that like I'm not alone in them. And especially John, like that anxiety that you feel. I've been working through I haven't been using any anxiety medication, and I mean that's just because I in my journey never felt that I couldn't control mine in my own way, and I was put on medication, and I tried it myself, and I didn't like it personally for me. And now seeing you be able to speak about these anxieties just confirms for me, like, again, I'm not alone in that anxiety right now. So that was a lot for me. So thank you a lot. Wow. And that's like the fear that I like have to allow myself to let creep in, because in my life I've always had a connection to my spirit and higher self, but there was times where I did turn it off. And I I just have to allow myself to feel the fear that if it doesn't work out, I I won't abandon myself again. And like Leeza said, I won't go into that depressive state where I will just lay in bed and I will just stare at the wall all day long and just like let my mind crumble to fear and my body crumble to fear. So like allowing myself to feel the fear so that it doesn't happen again. Yeah. Thank you guys. I love you all so much. You guys make this whole process of life like so much easier.
Thank you as well, Abs. On behalf of everybody, thank you as well. So wonderful. All right. Again, I'm just going to facilitate and just keep things moving along here. So we'll pass over to Amanda. Amanda, when you're ready, go ahead, briefly introduce yourself. And again, just to reiterate the prompt, just to reset the room for those of you who are just joining in. Reset the room. Man, I've been listening to too much Clubhouse, clearly. So it's like a Clubhouse thing they say. Reset the room. All right. So the prompt is, again, give yourself permission to feel your emotions, to feel scared, angry, sad, worried, etc. Affirm this emotion. What emotion or emotions are you afraid to feel? Let it move through you, and when you are ready, release it. So Amanda, will pass it over to you, and then after that, we'll pass it over to the next person. Amanda, when you're ready, go right ahead and welcome.
Hi, I'm Amanda. Yeah, this has been an interesting life. I came in at an interesting point. I went through an entire marriage where I wasn't allowed to feel any emotions whatsoever. Positive or negative, it didn't matter. It was all met with abuse. So I was in constant fight or flight and couldn't speak about anything, any excitement, any anger, anything at all. So coming out of that and actually allowing myself to start feeling safe to express myself and start actually feeling anything has been a struggle, which nobody seems to have noticed, which is awesome. But yeah, it's been a constant battle between my head and my heart, just trying to get around that I'm allowed to have feelings now and I'm okay to express them and I'm okay to tell people how I feel and have a voice and not agree with people and not just water myself down to the point where there's nothing left just so people feel comfortable, because I don't need to do that anymore. So I've been slowly allowing myself to feel everything, which can get overwhelming at times when you go from feeling nothing to suddenly feeling everything. So that's been a little bit. I feel the whole anxiety thing too. I went through a lot of anxiety with not being able to talk and feel anything. Just being under that constant stress, it just comes out in different ways, and I would actually curl up into a ball and start shaking back and forth just because I couldn't handle any of it. I needed to release somehow. So yeah, I'm doing a lot better now. I've gotten to the point where I, for the most part, don't have any issues expressing anything. There's certain people that still a little bit harder than others, but for the most part, I'm okay with telling people how I feel now. So it's getting a lot easier to feel things and allow myself to feel things. So yeah.
Thank you, Amanda, for sharing. Wonderful. Okay. All right. Anybody else here? Again, please feel free to just keep those comments of support coming into the chat. And everybody here, like YouTube chat, you guys are doing so good. I just want to acknowledge just like how incredibly supportive and beautiful the YouTube chat is right now. So thank you again, everyone, for helping create this space. Okay, we're going to move into the next. Okay, so just go have who else wanted to hit upon this one, because we got one more prompt off to this and then we got ecstatic dance. So if you guys are okay with Okay, so we got Kaci, and John, you want to share? Kristen, Lori, and Lacey also had their hand up. Was there anybody else that I was missing? No, that's it for now. Okay, checking real quick. John, I'll pass it over to you next, and then from there we'll pass it over to Kaci, and then Kristen, and then Lori, and anybody else. So I apologize if I missed. All right, okay. John, you're okay to go now? Okay. All right, when you're ready, go right ahead, dude.
I feel like mine's kind of scattered and I haven't really figured out how to articulate it, but hopefully it'll all come together in the moment. I guess we're talking about things that we're allowing ourselves to feel. I'm allowing myself to feel overwhelmed by my path, afraid of the future, allow myself the full possibility of just completely failing at whatever it is I'm setting out to do. And what does that even mean? You know, like the idea of failure, I'm just allowing myself to just drop the load of needing to do everything correctly or at all. And so Kevin, that's how I was going to stop there, but Kevin started talking about receiving affection, and that's also a big one for me. A lot of people talk about how it's a worthiness issue, and I'm just or praise specifically. I can't quite say that it's entirely that I feel unworthy of receiving praise, but I have so much trouble receiving it. It's almost more like I want everybody's affection to be balanced amongst themselves and mine, and everything that we're all doing to be seen as amazing. You know, if I do something that's really neat, it's because, you know, that's just what I've been sitting around doing for hours, and I've learned how to do it, and it's like my role, you know. But everything that we're all doing is amazing, and everybody's worthy of the same amount of praise. And I see society giving celebrities and public figures so much of their power, and like I get concerned with stuff like that when people treat celebrities like they're on another level that has so much sway over them. And maybe I've just thought too much about it, but sometimes when I receive praise, I guess, I don't know, it just, I need to learn how to accept it, maybe, and redefine it and see it not quite as that way. I hope I articulated that correct.
That's very well said, John. Thank you. And that's such an interesting thing that we as humans experience, you know, on the spectrum of just like how we share and how we receive love. And again, you know, it kind of reminds me of the what's I don't want to butcher it. Rumi quote, love you. What is that? You guys know that Rumi quote where you know, it's like the, oh geez, you guys know which one I'm talking about. It's like the Rumi quote, the one where it's just like your job is to like understand like the things that are like in the way of you in love or something like that, like to understand that you already are like infinite love, but then it's to like remove the things that are in the way. Does someone help me with that Rumi quote? Like if I just type in Rumi quote love, that doesn't, there's a lot of them. No, there it is actually. Oh, that brought it up. Here it is from Rumi. Your task is not to seek for love, but merely to seek and find all the barriers within yourself that you have built against it. Like, wow, what an interesting way of just being able to think about things where, you know, something that I've kind of talked about here within the community, I'll just say it real quick, and I'll pass the talking stick, this idea that like who we are in our nature, like at the core of our being, at the cosmic quantum core, metaphysical core of our being, we are ecstatic love in motion. Like literally, like we are just like this blissful, incredible love energy. And yet we come into this reality and we put all these barriers between ourselves and that. And now here we are kind of like peeling back these layers. And again, you know, it's just kind of like this ongoing journey of vulnerability where we just kind of like strip away like the snake peeling off the skin to become a new version of itself. So I think I really just appreciate, John, I appreciate you sharing and everybody here sharing, because I think it allows all of us to just become more aware of what those barriers are. And again, even how those barriers in themselves are something that we can send more love towards. And perhaps, again, parts of our own self, the wounds that we're still healing over time. So it's very, very special just to be able to share this space with everyone, as I keep saying. Okay, we're going to pass it to the next person. Lacey, I'm going to pass it over to you, and then we're going to pass it over to the next person from there, and then we'll get it back to Lacey for the next prompt. So Lacey, when you're ready, and then we'll pass it over to maybe Kristen next. So Lacey, go right ahead.
Sure. So this one is actually pretty hard for me and a bit heavy for me. It makes me quite emotional. Just thinking about, in my life, emotions that I think have been different to best. Were definitely anger, and I was saying that earlier, that every time that I feel anger, for some reason I feel guilty, and it's like just when that feeling wells up inside me, I just usually it's something that triggers it, and it has a lot to do with I grew up in a really chaotic environment, and I had very angry people in my life, and I was just so surrounded by that I knew if I felt that emotion, then I'd be like them, that I'd become the people that hurt me and I didn't trust. So I think I've had to learn how to feel that emotion again and understand that it does serve a purpose for me, and that, like Brendon said, anger is just showing you that's somewhere where you need to send love. And I know that a place that I really need to send love to myself is the little Lacey, the little me. So yeah, I just wanted to share that it makes me so emotional, but that it's okay to feel angry, and it's okay to speak up and set your boundaries and tell people this is how I'm feeling, and you're stepping over my boundary, and it's okay to really use your voice. For some reason, anytime I'd raise my voice, it would be afterwards, it would be so jarring for me. I grew up in, like I said, very surrounded by angry people, and I just remember all throughout high school, and just I was in anger management, and I was trying to control this emotion that I was feeling my whole life, because I was just angry at my circumstances, angry that I wasn't being held and I wasn't being loved and stuff. And it's okay to feel that. I don't know why I would try to manage that. I should feel it, because what happens is when we don't feel that emotion, it starts to come out in other ways, you start to I ended up letting people in my life that were no good for me, and I was repeating patterns because I wasn't letting that emotion out. I would become reckless, so I'm trying to, I guess, release the need to control my anger. So yeah.
Thank you, Lacey, so much for sharing. Beautiful.
Yeah.
Again, I really invite everybody here, when we're in this practice, it's kind of an opportunity for all of us. Yeah, we're practicing sharing, but really to practice listening, and to really deepen what listening means to you. Yeah, you're listening with your ears. Are you listening with your heart? And you are, but I want you to just be aware of what it feels like to listen to your heart right now, to really be able to, here we are across computer screens, across miles and miles away, yet can you feel with your heart? Can you feel what the other person is saying? Can you allow yourself to empathetically connect to it? And it's kind of the term telepathy is a term that I like to be able to practice sharing. This idea, it's like you think of telepathy. Telepathy is this idea of like, you know, being able to literally like read into people's feelings, and it's a natural part of who we are. And yeah, it just, my heart feels a lot of things right now, and it's all beautiful, you know. It's all beautiful because it's just like this like smorgasbord of the human experience. And I think, again, you know, like this, what I was saying, and just before I pass it over, this idea where it's just kind of, you know, we get into these spaces where it's just, we question our worthiness of love. Like, are we worthy of receiving love? Like, this is a common obstacle. And we'll have so many stories within our mind that tell us like, maybe not, maybe not, maybe not. But again, at the core of who we are, it's like, you are love. Like this idea of thinking that you are not worthy of your love is like denying the core of who you are. So like, when you really just allow yourself to be, it's just like, dang right, I am deserving of love, because I am nothing but love. I am nothing but ecstatic love, which is a very, very, very powerful idea to just like really be able to practice embodying and you know, reflecting on. But I just love each and every single one of you so much. And again, we hope this circle in some way nurtures your heart, and just practice, you know, let this be a practice for you to practice listening and just opening your heart to what it is that we're feeling as, you know, one collective consciousness, so to speak. So as we heal, we all heal. So as I've already said, let's keep the talking stick passing around, team. I'm excited to be able to get into that ecstatic dance. You guys can start getting yourself like, start wiggling in your seats right now. I know we're getting ready for it, and it's going to be even, the ecstatic dance is going to be worth it even more because of the work that we're doing right now. This is all just build up, right? So we're going to pass it over to the next person. Just go ahead, quick hands up, because I know Kaci, you had your hand up, and anybody else, Kristen and Lori, okay, and Jessica, okay. We'll pass it over to let's just pass over to Jessica, because Jessica was in here earlier and they haven't shared yet, and then we'll pass over to Lori, and then Kaci, and then Kristen. So Jessica, thumbs up if you're ready to be able to share. Jessica, thank you so much for joining, and please feel free to briefly introduce yourself, and when you're ready, go ahead, and I'm not sure if you need me to reiterate the prompt, but if not, then go right ahead. So welcome, Jessica.
Hey, I'm Jessica Flash. I'm Mind Cave Musings on Instagram, and I don't, okay, yeah. I see myself in everyone's share this evening. Like, everything I've heard has just been a little piece of me, a little part of me, a little experience I've had, and they're touching me so deep. And I have been feeling so much emotion. Like, it's just been building since the beginning of this year. And today, like morning meditation, I started off with tears, and I've had signs, you know, from my guides in the form of birds, like all day, and the tears have just been coming. And so it just helps to know that I'm actually not alone. I really appreciate that in all of you right now. And I have a tendency to just want to hide and be like, okay, I'm feeling this. Like, I can't let anyone else in. I put up those barriers. I don't want to impose. So I'll just kind of, let me just go away for a little bit. So being here right now is like, it helps. I really appreciate that. And I can relate to the anger thing as well, because that's there right now for me for different reasons, and it's just under the surface, and I need to let that out. And I think that's something I have to sit with after this. So I really just want to express my gratitude, and that I feel you all like so deeply right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. Yeah, and again, you know, moving into the ecstatic dance tonight, we'll talk more about the ecstatic dance as we go into it. Lacey and I will just kind of preface it. The ecstatic dance can be an opportunity for you to kind of like move that anger. Like, if you feel like you really need to kind of like move it into your dance, like that's okay. You know, like the physical body movement is one of the most powerful ways to be able to channel those energies, right? And I know Derek even just said in the chat, shout out to Derek, he might be jumping on air a little bit later, Turtle Derek, for those of you who are remembering from last time. He said, anger can be healthy, just need to vent and erupt it in a safe channel where no one is hurt. And I think that's a very powerful thing, right? Like, what we experience is anger, like this raw, like primordial emotion, can become a very, very powerful, it can inspire our art. It can inspire us to take action. It can, be something that brings us into a place where we speak up and then others hear and relate to something that we share as well. So no, I think every single emotion that we have as humans is an opportunity for us to just be able to release this idea of being like, oh, that's too much, right? It's just like, no, that's like something that's still equally sacred. Let's look at it, and if it needs healing, let's heal it together as a team, and that's what we're doing. So I just honor the healing that's taking place here tonight. I'm gonna pass it around to Lori and then a couple more people, and then we'll get into one more prompt, and then we'll get into our ecstatic dance, and maybe the next prompt might be something that will just go around a little bit quicker, just to be able to keep a time frame on track. Lori, thumbs up if you're ready to be able to share next. We'll pass it over to Lori. So welcome, Lori. Let's give a nice warm welcome to Lori, aka Rising Starseed, and please feel free to briefly introduce yourself. And I'm not sure if you need me to reiterate the prompt or not, but if not, then go right ahead. So.
Thank you, Brendon. Hi, guys. Yeah, I wasn't in here earlier, but I did hop in about, I don't know, a half hour ago. And you guys have been sharing such beautiful space, sacred feelings that you don't share with other people. It's so healing and needed right now in this world. There's a lot of energies in the collective. And I just wanted to acknowledge each and every one of you for sharing your heart, for sharing yourself, for sharing who you are, for being the bright light in the world that this darkness in the world needs right now. And each and every one of you have a special talent and thing that makes you you. And don't let somebody who says you're too sensitive, or don't let somebody who says that you are into weird things, or don't let somebody's limiting beliefs about what they believe about life dictate what you believe about your life and about you and about yourself. Because right now it's time that we all embrace ourselves and heal the parts of ourselves that don't believe that we can be who we want to be and show up in the world as who we want to show up in. You guys have all inspired me so much, and I have a couple things that I wrote down that I would like to share. And also, I've had some synchronicities happen today that led me to want to share those as well. So, Brendon, I'm going to start with saying one of my shadow things that limiting fears that I'm trying to work on, or something like that. First of all, is I'm releasing my fear of taking up space, of taking up somebody's time, of not allowing people to see me. Being unapologetically me, and you've inspired me to do that. So I thank you, Brendon. Also, Brendon, for you, I really wanted to say thank you for sharing about your dog. That really touched my heart. And I send you love, because I know that's a hard thing. And my dog right now, her hips are getting worse, and she can barely get up the stairs now. So I'm trying to figure out a treatment for her. And so it's just really healing for you to speak on that, because I know that our dogs are like our best friends and our family. So I'm sending you love. Leeza, your words about not being too sensitive and people criticizing you for that really touched me. And that's also something I'm working on clearing, because kind of going off of what Amanda said, I have been shut up for a long time with the relationships that I was in, where I could not be myself. I could not be my person, myself, because every time I did, it was squashed. It was shut down. It was turned into gaslighting and abuse. And I'm breaking that karmic pattern. I'm releasing that. It does not serve me, and it does not serve anyone. It does not serve the collective to hold on to that anger. That we can't express ourselves, that we can't be ourselves. It makes me kind of angry inside. And I wanted to also share that Kai, you spoke to me as well. And I really felt everything that you said so much. Starsul, absolutely, what you said spoke directly to me as well. And what came through that I wrote down on my notebook for you is drop the expectations of what everyone thinks that you should do and be you. You can do it. We all can do it. We already are doing it. Allow yourself to trust your journey. That's for you. For all of you. For all of you in here. I love you guys so much for creating this space. It's so needed in this time right now. And I'd like to share a passage from the book that I was walking past my bookshelf today. And as I was walking past, I felt guided to grab a book off the shelf, and I opened up. I was like, oh, this is interesting. And I read the back of the cover, and I was like, it's a book that I've had for a long time that I just haven't read fully. I've read parts of it, but not all of it. So I grabbed it off of the bookshelf, and I turned to a page, and it speaks so much to what I'm working through right now and what some of you have shared in here. So I would really love to share that with you and the cards that came through. So if that's okay. So the book is called Soul Love, and it's by Sanea Roman. And it is called Awakening Your Heart Centers. Soul Love, Awakening Your Heart Centers. So I'm just going to read this. I flipped to page 108. It says, pay attention to the things that trigger unloving reactions in you. Stop before you react in a hurtful way. Take time to love and honor your feelings. Do not try to talk yourself out of unloving feelings. Love your feelings. Listen to them. Feel them. And then lift them into your heart to be transformed into love. Take time away from the relationship or create physical distance until you can respond with love. It is better to be apart for a while. Wait, it's better to be apart for a while, while you transform your feelings, than to be together and act in unloving ways. Wait to respond until you can do so in a way that honors both of you. Say to yourself, I now choose peace and love. So it could be for a relationship, but it also could be for any kind of anger that you're going through right now. So I'm going to keep reading here. It says, if you're trying to stay calm and loving, yet find yourself matching people's bad moods and acting in hurtful ways, do not feel weak, think you are a victim, or blame the other person for giving you bad energy. Forgive yourself for not yet being enlightened. Lift solar plexus energy into your heart center and feel the serenity of your soul's love. Think of times when you have stayed centered and balanced around other people's negative energy. Affirm that you have the power to choose how you want to feel. If people around you are in the grip of strong emotions, soul link and sense your soul and their soul. Before you speak or act, you might say something to yourself such as, I now choose peace and love. Keep lifting solar plexus energy into your heart center to surrender any urge to react in an unloving way. It takes great self-awareness and continual attention to be consistently loving and erase all desire to hurt. Not hurting others is one of the greatest challenges and a most important step to take to awaken your heart centers. Transform anger with soul love. To surrender to love, you will need to release anger. Anger can be one of the most challenging of all emotions to transform. It is the fight part of the fight or flight response. Fear is the flight part, and I have talked about transforming fear in many of my other books. Anger is the root of many separative emotions, such as irritation, feeling superior or righteous, self-pity, and even depression, which is anger turned inward towards the self. Almost everyone feels some degree of anger many times a day. This may be self-anger, anger at society, anger at people who oppose what you believe in, or anger at friends and loved ones. Think of your feelings today. When did you choose to feel anger, if at all? Anger is a force, an energy that can move you away from those things that you are angry at. Sometimes anger can be beneficial, such as when it motivates you to leave a situation that is harmful to you. As you evolve, you will no longer need strong emotions to propel you into action. You will act from the calm, peaceful wisdom of your soul. Reacting out of anger takes away your true power. It is only when you speak or act from the serene, expansive, or loving perspective of your soul that you feel good about your actions and words. When you act with soul love, you experience true power, the power of love, the most powerful energy in the universe. Start recognizing when you feel angry. Sometimes you choose to feel angry when you are around the anger of others. When you feel anger that is out of proportion to the situation, you may be reacting to past pain that you have not yet resolved. You may feel anger because you are out of harmony with the universe or feel bad about yourself or your life. Or you may feel angry because you think others have not been treating you the way that you should be treated. Stop and acknowledge your anger the moment it arises. Do not blame others for causing it. If you are feeling angry, join with your soul to stimulate the hidden point to increase your desire to love. Lift solar plexus energy into your heart center. Relax into the serenity of soul love. Let energy flow into your head center and expand into the oneness of love. Experience your soul's wisdom, compassion, and understanding. You can feel the serenity of love even when you are around people who are angry, attacking, defensive, and functioning from their unevolved solar plexus center. Choose how you want to feel, no matter what kind of emotion, thoughts, or energy you are around. Do you have any hidden or not so hidden anger towards the person you have been soul linking with? Lift the solar plexus energy into your heart center. Soul link and radiate your soul's accepting, transparent, and unconditional love. You might say, I surrender any anger I have towards you. I take responsibility for making my own life work. I choose not to be a victim. Instead, affirm that you have the power to create any life you want. Recall a time when you transformed your anger and acted from a calm, clear, and loving state. Reflect on how good you felt about yourself. Transforming anger is a powerful step to take that will create positive changes in your relationships with yourself and others. I just thought that was amazingly synchronistic and beautiful for what we've been talking about
Very
tonight.
relative,
So
yeah.
thank you. I also have a couple cards that came through, and I'd like to share kind of what's going on a little bit in the Twin Flame community. I don't know if anybody
Are you
spoke on that.
okay? Can we just do kind of like a shorter version of that one for now?
Yeah. I'm just
okay.
I'm not going to read the things.
Yeah,
I'm just going to show
yeah.
you the cards that came out because
Okay,
look,
okay, cool.
I'm not going to read what the book is, but listen, Odin, psychic insight, your third eye is open, see truth for what it is, follow your intuition. We got Horus, cosmic gateway, your thoughts are magnetic and powerful, miraculous changes are occurring. Mary Magdalene, teacher awakens, you have something important to share, follow the inner call, don't let anything stop you. And Lady Venus, downloads and understanding. Truth is being revealed. Deep insights are coming from heaven and the astral realm.
Ooh.
And Krishna, devotion. Trust your spiritual guidance. Your commitment has been recognized. You are loved unconditionally. All the ascended
Beautiful.
masters are behind us in this mission, you guys. We are radiating such positive love in this planet, and we just have to keep doing our part and being who we are and being our badass selves. I love all of you guys.
Beautiful. Lori, thank you. Thank you so much. And absolutely, yeah, that's so synchronistic what you read from the book there tonight. So very, very fitting. So beautiful. Thank you, Lori. Okay, team. All right, we're gonna keep things moving along here, and just as a facilitator, just gonna keep an eye on the time. I would like to just be able to, again, without having to kind of like speed things up, but we'll just kind of make sure that we're moving on schedule. Just because I want to be able to get to like the second round of dancing before people have to go to sleep, because some people are going to have to jump off early soon enough. But nonetheless, we'll keep passing the talk and stick around. But everybody here, just go ahead and allow yourself to just speak from your heart. And so we'll just, sorry, Kaci, hands up from whoever, Kaci and Kristen. Okay, we'll pass over to Kaci, and then we'll pass over to Kristen, and then from there we'll get into the last prompt for the releasing, and I think we'll just kind of do like a quick version of that, and then we'll get right into our first ecstatic dance. So Kaci, when you're ready, go right ahead. And thank you.
Yeah, this question was definitely a big hitter for me. So I go through a lot of emotions. Like first is anger. It starts with that, and then as the anger kind of just goes along and I'm allowing myself to feel that emotion, it starts turning into anxiety, and then I know it gets to that point where it's just anxiety and sadness, and I know how to let it out without hurting anyone. I used to say a lot of the times as a joke was like, give me 24 hours and I'll be like calm and chill and everything. Um, but I grew up with like a narcissistic parent, and for the longest time, I thought a lot of their narcissism was my emotions, my feelings. For the longest time, I always thought that I put people in a bottle, and I would have like shelves lined with just a bunch of people in bottles. And if I wanted to use them, I would just unscrew the top and use them. And that's what I always thought my emotions were. But come to find out, it was actually that like that narcissist that was perceiving all those emotions that I was feeling. But with me going through like that anger, that anxiety, sadness all into one, it's definitely what Leeza was talking about on that numbness feeling at the very end of that, and having all those blockages just go in like one, maybe like half an hour. And it's crazy to feel those emotions, but once I work through them and once I go through those emotions, I feel a lot better. And just working with what you feel, making sure that your heart is in the right place, and even if you have to joke to yourself being like, hey, give me 24 hours, then I'll talk to you with a more calm and clear stability. But yeah, that's what I wanted to share. And yeah.
Thank you, Kaci, for sharing. Absolutely, I love just the spectrum of wisdom that we're having here tonight, and again, also very practical as well. So, Kristen, we'll pass it over to you when you're ready, and then we'll get right into our next prompt and then ecstatic dance. Go ahead, Kristen.
Beautiful. Thank you all so much for all the lovely shares. It has been so wonderful to just connect with each and every one of you and see little pieces of myself in each and every one of your stories. And like many of you, I have experienced a lot of abusive relationships or trauma, and because of that, I felt very closed off to my emotions, and I've experienced a large amount of loss in my life in many, many different ways. I lost my husband to divorce. I lost all my belongings and my home 2 years ago, I was living in a place where I was not welcomed and my dogs were forced to be outside, and it was everything I could do to just wake up every day and breathe, and just be in a space of, I'm going to just exist today, and that's going to be enough. And being able to come from a place of so much loss into a place of so much abundance and love has been really hard for me to accept and understand, to be in a place where it doesn't matter what I lose or what I don't have in my life, because I have so much in my heart and in the relationships that I share. And being able to let that really sink in and say it's safe to love and it's safe to be in whatever space is called for the day. And I just wanted to share that I love you guys and I appreciate everything you all do on a daily basis. I know it's really easy to get caught up in the hustle and bustle of life, but it's always so beautiful to know that no matter where we're at and no matter what we're experiencing on our journeys, that we're going to be able to have this love to share with each other. And so yeah, for me the hardest part has just been accepting abundance, which I know seems really weird, but whenever you get so used to the loss, and it's almost like easier to just be ready for everything to fall apart or for everything to be taken away or to just lose whatever it is that you love for no reason or for no explanation. It gets really hard to be able to accept the beautiful things that come your way. And so just having the love and support of you guys always is really beautiful. So thank you.
Thank you, Kristen. Thank you so much. I think everybody's crying right now, right?
Brendon,
Sorry,
you
there
are
we go. There, now I'm reading it. Thank you, Kristen. Thank you so much. I was just saying. I think everybody's crying right now, right? Like we're like, whether, even if it's just on the inside. Oh no, like it's interesting, like how we have that response. How, like, if you see somebody else cry, like suddenly like you feel that thing in your throat, that like knot in your throat, whatever that is. But it's powerful, meaningful, it just, when we feel so deeply, it just reminds us of how connected we are. And Kristen, thank you again for just being who you are. And your journey is just like such about, like, again, and I say this to everyone, it's just like the past of your journey is just like what makes where you are right now even more beautiful. Not to say it would be any less, but I really just, I'm so grateful for just, again, being able to see the amount of just love that you bring into the space. And I think oftentimes, for many of us who have come from places of lack, oftentimes that will motivate us to be able to help share abundance with others even more. So we're going to move into our next prompt. I'm going to pass it over to Lacey here in a second. And this next prompt will really kind of be very important for a lot of things that we're talking about. So some of the people who talked about things earlier, you may want to be able to talk on something relative to this. I think this is going to be quite a powerful one. So Lacey, if you're ready, I'll pass it over to you, and you can let us know what the next prompt is here. And thank you again, Lacey. Again, Lacey was the one who helped coordinate like these prompts. Like this was her. So thank you, Lacey, in advance. So go ahead, Lacey.
Yeah, thanks for offering this space for us all to heal and to share community. I feel so incredibly blessed to get to know you guys. And Kristen, like, thank you so much for sharing. It made me so emotional because I like relate to you so much in my own experiences of a great loss and dealing with my whole life changing and just like learning to bring, like, to allow abundance to come into my life and to, like, oh, it makes me emotional, but thank you for sharing. Anyways, to the next prompt, all these emotions that we've been feeling, anxiety, fear, anger, and even the good emotions that we want in our life that we have self-sabotaging patterns against, where we don't know how to fully embody them. yeah, so what I would say is, um, what would forgiveness feel like for you? So where can you put forgiveness in your life, whether that's towards yourself or towards things that happened in your life? Um, Forgiveness has been one of my greatest gifts. I've been able to show up with people that have hurt me in the past with so much compassion and love just by forgiving them. And I did it for me. I did it for me. So that's the question. What would forgiveness feel like for you when it comes to these emotions, to these experiences? Yeah. So that's the next one.
And just to confirm, so Lacey, what I have written, the sentence before that, release from within, release from
Oh,
within you all
yeah.
bitterness and resentment. What would
Yes.
forgiveness feel like for you? So
Yes. Yes, that was the first, but I was just
yeah.
elaborating on the rest. So any emotion, any like bitterness, resentment towards your circumstances, people that, weren't fully in their heart centers, that may have projected or hurt you. How can we put more love and forgiveness into those areas? So what would it feel like if we embodied that more? So that's the prompt. What would forgiveness feel like?
Mhm, mhm.
Maybe you're not ready to forgive yet. So what would it look like and feel like?
That's a
Yeah.
powerful thing. Yeah, and we can do that, like that's kind of the powerful thing of the mind. It's like you don't have to forgive in order to be able to meditate on what forgiveness might feel like.
Mm.
So again, just reiterating the prompt, and for those of you, we'll put the prompts into the YouTube comments afterwards for those of you who are just looking to be able to make sure that you get these, and maybe you might want to write them down and get them afterwards. But if you're listening to this broadcast, check the YouTube comments and you'll see all the prompts ahead of time. But you might not want to look at it if you don't want to spoil it if you're listening to this in the future. So again, I'm going to reread this, and then we're just going to allow ourselves to just go into a little bit of silence, and then we'll come back. We'll talk a little bit about it more for those who feel called to talk about it, and then from there we'll get into the next part of our ecstatic dance, which again will be about kind of like moving this energy through our body. And shout out to Z and Kitten who just joined here as well. Thank you again for joining. All right, so again, just reiterating this prompt: release from within you all bitterness and resentment. What would forgiveness feel like for you? Release from within you all bitterness and resentment. What would forgiveness feel like for you? So go ahead, everybody here, just take a moment, just kind of do a little micro meditation, and we'll come back and we'll talk about it together. So just go ahead, just literally just like 30 seconds of silence. As we're still in this space, I really just want to be able to invite everyone to just take this opportunity to really just connect with your breath. Was intending to do this earlier, but again, with all this discussion we've been having, as you're still just moving through this next part, just bring like 20% more awareness to your breath. So just go ahead and give yourself a few deep breaths right now as you're moving through this thought. Take as much time as you need. Again, for those of you listening in the future, if you want to pause the video and take more time to journal, you're more than welcome to. And oftentimes, when we're doing these prompts, it's powerful. You might ask yourself a question, and then you might find yourself reflecting on it or writing it in your journal for, pages. And that's beautiful. Obviously, there's a lot that we need to be able to talk to ourselves about sometimes. So this is a way for us to be able to basically have that discussion with ourselves. If you guys are ready, if anybody feels called to share on this one, again, not expecting everyone to, and as soon as we're done this, we'll get into the ecstatic dance, but please don't hold back if you feel you do want to be able to share. So if anybody wants to speak on this one, just go ahead and gently raise your hand. Lauren, Amanda, Leeza, Hana. So we'll move into this one. Lauren, would you be okay going first, if you're okay with that? All right, okay, so Laura, we'll pass it over to you first. So again, the prompt: release from within you all bitterness and resentment. What would forgiveness feel like for you? And for those of you in the YouTube chat, please feel free to leave your reactions, your responses as well. Lauren, when you're ready, go right ahead.
Okay, so I like to kind of speak in metaphors sometimes. This kind of just came to me because I was trying to think of how to describe it more than just an emotion. So forgiveness for me feels like pure ecstatic bliss. It feels like being present in my mind, body, and soul without feeling like a prisoner. It feels like crystalline rainbow energy, the heartbeat of a child, the flutter of a butterfly wing, and the perseverance of 1,000 horses. So I came up with a little something there to like describe it different.
That's beautiful. That's a beautiful, like I was not expecting. I love that. I love the idea of being able to almost like express that in poetry. Very well done, Ren. Thank you. Okay, we'll keep things moving along here. Hana, we'll pass it over to you next. Hana, when you're ready, go right ahead.
Yeah. I loved how you put that, Ren. That was beautiful. For me, the word that came up when I thought of what it would feel like to fully forgive, forgiving myself, forgiving anyone I may hold any resentment towards, the word lighthearted came to mind. And at first, I just thought, like, yeah, it would feel like really easy, like kind of good, kind of happy. But then when I started to think about it more, that word lighthearted, it's like removing that weight that is sitting on your heart or over your heart. And I think that's sort of what the things that need forgiveness and need forgiving sort of do sit on our heart in a way that can dim the love, almost make it harder to access, at least. Um, so yeah, I think I'd feel lighthearted. I know in the past when I've done shadow work and forgiven, I've felt that lightheartedness, but it cycles for sure. Yeah.
Thank you, Hana. And again, you know, this topic of forgiveness, like that's like a whole other podcast that we could really get into, because I think there's many different forms of forgiveness. And again, I love what we were kind of mentioning here, even the idea of like forgiving ourselves. Like, oh my goodness, like we kind of forget that, where it's like, oh, I'm going to forgive the way, you know, my upbringing or bullies or people that have spoken ill against me or something like that. But it's like, but what about the times where we need to forgive ourselves? Do you forgive yourself? Like, is that something that like you usually just forget to do, where you're just like, you know, just kind of, it happens and you just move on to the next one? Like, what would that feel like, right? And what is forgiveness? You know, like really, like, what is forgiveness? I'm not saying I necessarily have the answer, but again, you know, I think forgiveness is being able to kind of like, geez, what is forgiveness? It's being able to understand wow, what is forgiveness? I feel I want to answer this real quick, just from my heart. It's many things, but I feel like in some ways, like forgiveness is being able to see things from a deep place of love that holds people up to their highest virtue. In the idea, it's just like, you did something that might have been really bad or really crappy, not the best, but you're still a human and you're still learning and you're still growing, and I want you to grow. I might not like you, but I want you to grow. And that's the thing, right? Like, forgiveness doesn't mean that suddenly you have to like someone. You can still, quote unquote, hate someone, but you can still forgive them. Forgiveness is, again, very much like the personal thing that you are changing the relationship between how you perceive that story, how you look into the past. And that's where, again, you know, just for me to speak on this, thinking on the times where I've had to think about forgiveness to me feels like healing. It feels like a cathartic process. It can feel at times very dark, because oftentimes forgiveness comes with acknowledging that which it needs to be forgiven. So like, you know, it's just like, oh, like I don't need to forgive anything. It's like, maybe you're just not looking at something then. Maybe there's something there that you need to look a little bit deeper at. But forgiveness is, you know, as we kind of already said, liberating, a new lease, a new breath of fresh air. Forgiveness is also something that can take a lot of time as well. You know, forgiveness is not something where it's just like, I forgive you, that's it. You know, a lot of times when we're talking about things that people have done to us in the past, forgiveness is not something that needs to be rushed. Forgiveness is something that can take a lot of time, and you can forgive people kind of in stages, kind of like in different ways. Again, while kind of doing it where it's just kind of like, I hope you become a better person. I still think what you did was really, really crappy, but I hope you become a better person because that's what I want for you. And so when you enact that forgiveness, that's like you being like really, again, it's kind of like the Buddha nature thing. It's actually you seeing things from a higher perspective. So I think forgiveness reflects maturity in a lot of ways. Oftentimes when we don't forgive, you know, it's us kind of going back to what we were talking about earlier. It's like us like holding on to something, because, you know, this is actually quite interesting. I'll just say this. Sometimes we don't forgive, say, another person, because as long as we don't forgive, it creates a narrative in our head that justifies our anger towards them. And we actually become addicted to that anger. You're like, I don't want to forgive that person's like a douche nozzle. Like they're a jerk. Like they deserve it or whatever. Excuse my language. But then you actually like that hatred can almost like become a seed that like infects you. And until you acknowledge that, it's just like, how is that serving me? And if it's not, then, you know, maybe it might just be, again, kind of one of those things where it's like forgiveness is a great way to also be able to cut ties, to be able to say like, you know what, that was in the past. I've learned how to communicate my boundaries, change my ways. I'm on to new things. I forgive you. I'm moving on. Good luck. I'm moving on type thing. So, you know, forgiveness can be a way of being able to like let go of the past. And until we forgive, like our power will continue to exist in that which we will not forgive, if that makes sense. And then again, this is just talking from personal experience, obviously. Keep passing things around here. Okay, Abby, you got your hand up like really like predominantly, so I'm gonna pass it over to Abby, and then we'll pass it over to Amanda, and then anybody else after that. Abby, when you're ready, go right ahead.
Real quick, I just wanted to say that's literally exactly everything again that I just went through in the last 2 days. I had a dream about someone that I should have forgave because I needed to forgive a part of myself. And I had to like be faced with that in my dream and then wake up and be like, how did that make me feel? No, okay. But then again, to have my intuition guide me because that person needed me and I needed to have that healing done too. And the forgiveness, it does feel lighthearted. It does make you feel better. And I did have to set like a boundary again, and I did had to go through the fear of like, oh my gosh, did I just make a horrible mistake? Did I screw up a timeline or something? Like, what did I just do? But really, I was working through a fear, and yeah, I just wanted to say thank you for sharing that because again, exactly something that I was like literally just going through. Yeah.
Thank you, Abby, for sharing. No, again, you know, we're just spirit talking here, but I'm glad not only things that I'm saying, but all of us are saying are resonating. I'll pass over to Amanda, and again, just real quick, because this is really important. Again, like I said, this is almost a podcast discussion in itself. Do not rush forgiveness. Do not, because like there's ways to forgive wrong. Like forgiveness can actually be dangerous. If this is just a quick example, someone does something really crappy and you think that being a good person means forgiving them. Oh, it's okay. Like, I know you, like, you could have done something really crappy to me. I forgive you. And then they're just like, okay. And then they do it again. And then it's just like, do I keep forgiving them? And then if you do it again and then they do it again, there's something else that you need to be able to look at. So maybe forgiveness isn't actually always what needs to be done. But then even within that process, it's kind of weird. It gets meta where it's like, I forgive myself for thinking that forgiveness is what I needed to do because you knew that you were coming from a place within your own heart that was love. But it's okay. Managing relationships and dynamics and things like that is very complicated. But absolutely, I think, you know, before forgiveness, accountability must come first. You know, so sometimes not forgiving someone is like, you know what? Like, no, earn my forgiveness. Prove it to me that you are a person that is worthy of me saying, yes, I forgive you type thing. So again, like I said, this is a whole podcast for another episode. But forgiveness is a very, very powerful thing. Amanda, I'll pass it over to you. Anything else you'd like to speak on? Go right ahead, Amanda.
Get out of my head. Seriously, get out of my head.
Sorry, Amanda.
Yeah, so going off of what Brendon said, because that was literally the whole start of what I was gonna say, so thank you. Yeah, forgiveness for me is complete and total freedom. I did used to do it wrong and would just forgive everybody for everything that they ever did to me and got abused my whole life because of it. So it took a while for me to figure out how exactly forgiveness is supposed to work, because it's not accepting what they did. It's not for them, period. It's for yourself. And it's to release yourself from that bond and stop that memory from living rent-free in your head. That's really what the whole purpose of forgiveness is. And it's really, really hard to get to that point when there is absolutely no accountability on that person's end, and there is absolutely no chance of you getting any kind of closure from them ever, because they don't think that they did anything wrong to you at whatsoever, and they think that they're entirely in the right, and they think that you're entirely in the wrong. There's literally nothing that you can do about that, but you still need to find that forgiveness for yourself. You still need to forgive what you went through. You still need to forgive all of the hurt that happened and let go of the resentment and let go of the bitterness, because that just festers inside of you and it does nobody any kind of good. And that's the whole purpose, is to give you your life back and to give you your power back and to let you move on and be who you need to be. And yes, you experienced that, and yes, it was horrible, and yes, that person may or may not be a horrible person, but that doesn't matter. That karma's on them, it's not on you. And hanging on to that is just letting them continue to do that to you over and over and over again, because you're just reliving that experience over and over and over again the longer you hold on to it. So as hard as forgiveness is, it's really the most important part of
Mommy?
getting through the healing. Baby, can you give me 5 minutes, please? I'm in the middle of something. Okay? I'll let you know in like 5 minutes, okay? Yeah, come here. Come here. Come sit. Okay, as soon as I'm done talking, then we can help. Yeah, it's the most important part of healing. It's the hardest part of healing, but it's the most important part of healing, because that's really what lets you get through everything and what lets you move on and become who you need to be. And it's honestly my favorite part and my favorite topic, and I could literally spend an entire podcast talking about it. But yeah, it's freedom. It's what lets you be who you need to be. Oh, Leeza says hi. Are you gonna say hi?
Hi.
Hi. Yeah, so that was everything that I wanted to say about it.
Thank you, Amanda. And just quick plug here for our humble leading members here. If you guys are looking to connect with Amanda, if you resonate with Amanda's story, reach out to her. Amanda is facilitating some community space, so if there's something that she said that you resonate, Feel free to reach out. Amanda, is that okay? Inviting people to reach out to you. Yeah, feel free to reach out to Amanda, because there's additional conversations that Amanda is helping facilitate that relate to those topics and beyond. So keep things moving along here. Really appreciate everybody just holding space. Okay, so hands up real quick. Leeza and who else wanted to be able to share on this one? And if you guys don't want to share, that's okay. That just means we'll get to the ecstatic dance sooner rather than later. So, okay, Kai. Okay, so Leeza, Kai, and then if there's anybody else, just go ahead and let me know. Leeza, when you're ready, go right ahead. And again, I'll just reiterate the prompt. Release from within you all bitterness and resentment. What would forgiveness feel like for you? Go ahead, Leeza.
So it's funny, Amanda, you said the word freedom, and I wrote down what forgiveness would feel like to me is liberation, and just, you know, lightheartedness, and getting that weight off your chest is so important and so true. And the one thing that I wanted to say about forgiveness as well is that, you know, it's important to forgive yourself, and it's important to know that you need to forgive, but take that with a grain of salt, with the fact that, you know, just because you know that you need to forgive does not mean that you're automatically going to forgive someone. And just because you know, oh, I should forgive them, that doesn't mean, you know, that you have gone through what your heart needs you to go through to be able to forgive them. And so, you know, there's a difference between that. Um, and it's when Lacey first read this prompt, it put like a little smile on my face, because I actually did a meditation last night where I really like dove deep inside myself and forgave myself for something that I thought I forgave myself for, but I realized like I didn't, and I found like this deep wound that I like kind of released and let go of, and was able to just be like, oh, like even if there are things that you think, oh, I forgive myself for that, or I forgive this person for that, you know, you may find that there was a little piece of something left. And so, you know, to be able to forgive yourself for not fully forgiving is also important. So that's all I have to say about that.
Thank you, Leeza, as well. Okay, we'll just keep things moving along. Kai, we'll pass it over to you next. Kai, when you're ready, go right ahead.
Yeah. My heart's like, it hurts, and I like everyone has just been like saying things, and I'm feeling things through you. So it's been so beautiful. Like, thank you everyone for like sharing this space and just being so vulnerable. Um, it was really like Kristen said, like with you having a lot of like losses like growing up. Like for me, like that was exactly it. Like just growing up like with like a lot of like deaths, and you just never know when like, you know, things are going pretty well and you think like, oh yeah, this is awesome. And then like boom, like someone dies. Um so I think it's like that sudden like losing that for me, I never really ever allow myself to like just be happy or like, you know, just accept like, yeah, things are pretty awesome right now. Like for me in the background, there's always that fear. It's like, what's gonna happen next? That's just gonna be like really shitty. Um, so for me, yeah, it's really like being able to forgive myself that like people die around you, and it's like never like your fault. And maybe like, you know, like before like they passed, like you might not like you've done like some bad stuff and you didn't get to like, you know, like change, like they didn't get to like, you know, see you as you age. So it's like always holding on to, like for me, that blame to myself. Like, do I do I deserve to have like a good life after like doing something, or like yeah, doing something, or like blaming. So yeah, forgiveness is really about like letting go of resentment, of blame, and it's like not for anyone really, but except for yourself. Um, like it's great if like if the other person changes, if they're still around to change. It's great if they say sorry, But at the end of the day, like forgiveness is like what Amanda said, it's like taking your power back. It's for you to stop letting that memory and stop letting go of like you blaming yourself. Like let go of that resentment and let go of that like shame because you already lived it once. It's like, why are you still like letting it live like rent free in your mind and continue to like ruin, in some ways, letting it ruin your life? Like that is like every like time when things are going well, I like sabotage because I think back in my mind, it's like I don't deserve this. Like I don't deserve this at all. So yeah, forgiveness is saying to that like that programming, you know, like I was gonna say fuck you, but like no, thank you. Thank you for like keeping me safe, but like I don't I don't need you anymore. Like I deserve this and I am this and like there's just love. Like there's just love, 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 love like in me, around me, and I just see it. And yeah, and all of you and all the stories that you shared. So yeah, forgiveness is something that we do for ourselves, free ourselves, so we can really just let in the love and choose love every day, more than resentment.
Thank you, Kai, so much. Beautiful. There's quote from Derek in the chat attributing Rumi. It says this is like a conversation between through work by Rumi. I said, "What about my heart?" He said, "Tell me what you hold inside it." I said, "Pain and sorrow." He said, "Stay with it. The wound is the place where the light enters you." And again, you know, like that's such a powerful thing, like especially us, all of us here, like conscious creators, community facilitators, like this is a part of the work where we really get to be able to honor the places where the light is shining through and shining into us. And quick hands up, who else wanted to go next before we get into our ecstatic dance, just to be able to hit on this? Lacey, John, you want to go? Okay, so that's it, unless anybody else had put their hand up. One thing I was just going to say, you know, and this is coming from personal experience, and before, if you're like, forgiveness feels like a big step, which it can be, you know, people are like, oh, you should forgive, there can be a part of you that's just like, I don't want to forgive, I'm not ready to forgive. And that's okay. Honor that. You know, like I said, forgiveness can be a long road. Like it can take years to forgive someone, right? However, there's another idea that I feel is much more immediately accessible, and I'll just share with you for those of you here, because I hope it in some way could shift your paradigms and deeply resonate with you. And this actually came from something some of you have heard me talk about this before, but this actually comes from a spiritual teacher person, Matt Kahn. Some of you would know him. Very, very powerful talk that he gave, and it really helped me through a period of my growth and darkness. But basically it was this idea of looking back on our past and the things in our past that have challenged us, that have hurt us, whatever it may be, the darkness, and to be able to look at it and to literally be able to look at it, a circumstance or a person, and to be able to say these words: thank you for helping me. Thank you for helping me. And so if you were to just sit with that right now, look back on those things, because there may be a circumstance, and again, you know, something within your upbringing, your childhood, where instead of you being able to say like, oh, I forgive XYZ for not giving me the love that I wanted, or or this person for breaking my trust, whatever it may be, we've all been there, we've all experienced it in certain ways. Before you saying, oh, I forgive that person, what does it feel like to be able to look at that circumstance and the person in some way or another, and to be able to say, thank you for helping me? That doesn't say, hey, I forgive you, but it's literally this very, very powerful way to re-encode our relationship with the past. And what we're really saying there is what we've been talking about from the beginning of this broadcast. Thank you for allowing me to step into more of my own strength, into more of my own identity, into more of my own purpose and my courage, who I am. You wouldn't be who you are if it wasn't for the past, and who you are now is so beautiful, so incredibly immaculate, and you're still growing, you're still learning. Absolutely. But I just invite everybody here, even just kind of like hold your hand on your heart. Like we'll just do that real quick. Everybody here, just kind of hold your hands on your heart. I just want everybody to just take a few breaths here. And I want you just kind of like, in as specific or as broad a concept within your mind, look back on the things that have challenged you. maybe the things related to forgiveness that maybe you're having trouble forgiving or have had trouble forgiving. And just look into those parts of your past. And in loving words, like deeply loving words for yourself and for the bigger story and for them, say, thank you for helping me. Just go ahead. Just speak that within your own heart. Speak it out loud right now. And just see how that feels. Just hold that feeling in your heart. Because again, what that is acknowledging is it acknowledging, you can gently bring your awareness back to space around you. It's acknowledging the sacredness of your journey and what you've grown into as a result of the challenges, and you're a stronger person. You're a diamond in the rough. You know, you have continued to become more of who you are because of the things that have helped you along the way. And it's interesting to say that, you know, it's like, thank you for helping me. You would say that to your grade school teacher who had a big influence on you. But to say thank you for helping me to your bully, like, yo, like that's radical. But when you really drop into that mindset, that is a big paradigm shift. Thank you for helping me, bully. Thank you for helping me become more clear of my boundaries and my worth, and for knowing how to say no, and for knowing how, like, to get clear on who I don't want to be able to associate with. And then within that, you can be like, and I forgive you, you know, and I forgive you. And I hope you've grown from that experience too. We were young back then. It was all relative, right? But yeah, thank you for helping me. Use that mantra if you feel called. Write it in your journal. Expand on that. That could be a whole nother journal prompt in itself. We'll keep passing things along here. Lacey, I'm going to pass it over to you next if you're ready. And then John, I know we'll pass it over to you. Does that, and if that resonated with you guys, go ahead and drop an 1111 in the chat. Thank you for allowing me to share. And again, we're going to get into the ecstatic dance after this. And then from there, if anybody has to leave early, please, by all means, we'll keep things moving along. I'm not trying to rush things here, but at the same time, we're on track for another 5-hour broadcast right now here on the old paradigm shift. Can't have a broadcast unless it's over 4 hours. But we do want to go sleep, so I don't want to keep you guys up too late. Lacey, can you give me a thumbs up if you're ready? I'll pass it over to you. All right, okay, go right ahead, Lacey.
I'm just going to make this quick. Yeah, I just wanted to touch base on this topic real quick, and what everyone's been saying is just so beautiful. I had the pleasure of sitting in on a forgiveness workshop. So forgiveness as like a way of being. This is a few years ago, and it was definitely a major paradigm shifting thing for me, as someone that held a lot of resentment against my parents. It was very much like the space we're holding today. I was to be so vulnerable, like 40 different strangers where we all cried and held each other and forgave. A lot of it was, you know, people very close to us. And now we were forgiving these people, you know, for ourselves. We weren't directly talking to them. We were just in the moment releasing and letting go of this hurt and this pain that may have been living with us our whole lives. And when we did that, we were now open to receiving, because when we weren't able to forgive, we were like creating a wall. So I wrote here, as people were talking, I wrote, forgiveness is saying yes to life. So what I would do if you're having trouble doing it, you don't have to directly speak to anybody. It's like I said, it's not for them. You can write a letter to yourself if it's about yourself, if you need to work through stuff, or you can write a letter as if you're writing it to the person. I've done this recently, and it was so cathartic for me to really talk about the things that, you know, upset me and hurt me in the past with this particular person. But then I was also able to recognize that they're on their own journey. And I was like, I forgive you for not knowing. I forgive you for not having it figured out. And I was rising in love for this person as a reflection of me, you know, because that's what they are. So I just wanted to share that, like, we really just do it for us. And in doing so, we break that, like the shackles, because resentment and all of that stuff is quite literally like shackles, where mind is a prison, you know? So open yourself up to the possibility of thing. And the more I do it, the more I'm able to just move deeper into love, and I feel spaces in my body, in my mind. It's like new, like there was so much noise before and now it's less noisy. So yeah, I just wanted to share that. We should definitely do a podcast on that, because I just think it's such a good practice for everybody to learn. And you don't have to share it. Like I said, it can just be for you in your own space, in your own mind. So yeah, just want to share.
Thank you, Lacey. And just add on just one quick thing, and then we'll pass it over to the next person. Again, you know, what I see is what I see happening here with this discussion and the themes of this discussion is us as individuals and as a community learning how to love more deeply. Like that's literally what's happening. Like, you know, like there's kind of like these like stages of love that we go through and we're brought into it and stuff. But the challenges that kind of like come up within our life and those dynamic relationships in the many different forms, they prompt us and they teach us how to love more deeply. How deep can you love? How deep can you bring your love? So it's something we're exploring together. And I think everybody here to just thank you so much for being a part of the journey.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you again, Lacey. Pass it. Okay, so quick hand. John, you had your hand up. Who else wanted to just be able to hit upon this, and then we'll get right into our ecstatic dance. Okay, so we'll go. Z, you did want to go. Okay, so we'll pass it over to John. Then, okay, and then we'll pass it over to Z if Z wanted to share, and then we'll get right into our ecstatic dance. John, go right ahead when you're ready.
I could go down a lengthy road on this, but you guys have covered it so thoroughly, and everything I want to say is pretty much already summarized. But there is a quote that many people have probably already heard, but I just want to throw it in there. Resentment is like swallowing poison and expecting the other person to die. And I feel that so much. Like it just builds up. It clogs the heart. It just feels like you took your own poison and it's coming back to you, you know. Anyway, thank you so much.
Thank you, John. Wonderful reminder. Okay, we'll just keep things moving. Z, give me your hands up if you wanted to be able to speak on this. So, okay, go ahead, Z.
No, I was just raising my hand because I see Nathan's hand is raised. So it was good.
Okay, Kitten isn't on video, so I think, did I miss that? Yeah, Kitten, you're just on audio right now, but go ahead. We'll pass it over to you.
Okay.
Yep.
No, I'm sorry, I was walking my dog and I was outside, so wasn't hands-free. Yeah, I woke up to this topic and it really resonated with me, and especially this is something that I was thinking about even yesterday when I had my session with someone and I met my higher self for the first time, and I was having these experiences in which I'm looking at myself from a third person's perspective in some way. So one of the topic that came up was burning karmic ties and karmic bonds, which is basically any kind of exchange that you have done, which gets reflected externally or internally. I mean, both of them happen at the same time, develop some sort of impression of good or bad, whether you did something good or bad, or whether the other person did something good or bad, and you basically responded or reacted to that circumstance or situation. Each of these exchanges, they build up some sort of karmic patterns, some impressions that lead us to be in that behavior loop as we are, right? Forgiveness is basically burning that. And in order to be ready for that, like I was thinking upon that, how do I even initiate the process of what is it that I need to let go? In order for that, I need to first reach deep within myself, like how Josh had changed from interdimensional to inner dimensional, like go on that journey first of all, and then see what is it that I'm seeking to just burn away in in terms of any kind of karmic bonds in this case that I'm looking to set free. When it comes to forgiving yourself, like again, you need to be ready for that. And this is the first step that starts even when you're trying to forgive someone else. You need to first of all forgive yourself to be in like partaking that situation and not being able to see, or like to even let that happen. Now the thing is, this kind of feeling I have felt even when I went into some sort of like higher spiritual state in which forgiveness comes naturally. That why wasn't I able to see this already? Or like, where were you hiding in terms of even asking God this question? Or why was I not able to see you? Something like that. So this process is something that I believe is highly interdimensional, or personal to oneself. And even when it comes to forgiving someone else, you need to first start the process of forgiving yourself for that. So I'm just like focusing on that currently and trying to understand this process. Leeza, what she said, especially to write it down and journal your thoughts around this, it's a very interesting technique that I just put my mind to, and I feel that I should do that and then experience what I'm trying to understand better.
Thank you, Kitten, so much for sharing and for joining us here tonight when you're able to. So wonderful. Okay, all right. We're gonna move things into our ecstatic dance portion, and I'll pass it over to Lacey here just to be able to prompt things up. At that point, team, I know there's a lot. I know that we literally could like take this broadcast like all the way till sunrise. We'll do that sometime, just like stay up all night. Not tonight though. But again, we're gonna set like literally just like an hour between now and the end of the broadcast. So that means the next part, once we get to the next prompts, they're gonna be a little bit quicker. But again, the next questions are a little bit more kind of leaning towards the joyful side of things, whereas what we were kind of tapping into there was a lot of like the cathartic, the shadow, which again is a part of the releasing process, which is incredibly beautiful. I look at what it is that we're doing here within this practice of us having this circle. Like this is very much like almost like a sacred shamanic ceremony. It's almost like a sacred psychedelic experience, right? Like when you go through this process of reflecting and releasing and moving into coming out of it with a bigger vision and inspiration. So again, I hope that for those of you listening that are along for the ride, that this journey is something that continues to like nurture your spirit and your soul. So like I said, we're going to get ready to move into the ecstatic dance. So if you guys want to even just get yourself nice and what we're actually going to do, this part of the ecstatic dance, first of all, the music here, big shout out to Josh, aka Animal, for helping create this music ahead of time. This is like an edited version of some songs that he had already done, and so the first part of this song is going to be starting off with like a bit of a meditation. So what we're going to do here, we're just going to, and I'll get Lacey just kind of talk about it a bit, really just kind of like be in our heart space for a little bit, and then the music kind of like rises. And what ecstatic dance is often about is about kind of like just naturally moving with the flow of the music. The music will have like a rhythm and a story to it, and then once we kind of get to that point, that's where again it's going to be a lot of just kind of like flowing with the body, listening to the body, and just allowing yourself to really just practice, like moving the energy that we've kind of been building up, and bringing in a little bit of like that celebration energy, and then from there we'll kind of bring us back down to seated. So again, it's going to be kind of like, so if you guys want to stand up and stretch right now, please by all means, but we're going to start off just kind of like sitting down for a bit, and then we're going to kind of like move into the meditation. This part will only be about like 12-ish minutes. Lacey, I'm going to pass over to you and just tell us a little bit more about, again, what is ecstatic dance, and because I know a lot of people here are new to it, and anything else you feel would be valuable for people to keep in mind as we get ready to move into this. So Lacey, go right ahead.
Yeah, so if you're new to ecstatic dance is a way for us to transmute our pain, to fully embody something, joy and love. It's usually, it has like, if you do like a full ecstatic dance event, so this is kind of like little slivers. it has a rhythm to it, so like a wave. And you, as you move your body and you move through everything that's going on inside of you, you're able to really process things that maybe you normally wouldn't get to. So it's being able to process everything we just talked about in a really cathartic, beautiful way. Just moving your body, just letting it go, no fear, no judgment here. You're totally held in this space where you can just express yourself, whether that's, even verbally, a lot of breathing, heavy breathing and stuff. So exact dance is just a way for us to process all these things we've been talking about. And I hope that you feel good in doing it. And if you're new to it, I'm excited and I hope you enjoy. Yeah, it's just like such an amazing way. It's like therapy. Every exact dance event that, I went to before, COVID and everything like that, it was just so meaningful for me. And every time I left, I just felt like I was taller. I was embodying more of like who I wanted to be. It was like, I was like, wow, this is like, everyone should be doing this. Like, this is just incredible. Like the transformation that happens each week in that space. And it's such a sacred space. So thank you for doing this tonight, Brendon. It's awesome.
Wonderful. Yeah, no, thank you everyone again. This is a beautiful way for us to be able to celebrate the full moon. So again, I'm going to start playing the music here. At that point, no one will be talking. And again, do what you feel you need to do. Like, I'm not going to tell you, oh, you have to sit down and meditate. You'll listen to the music. The first part is just kind of like more like meditation, and then the beat kind of kicks in. So the first part, even if you're just kind of like standing and doing kind of like a standing movement meditation, that's fine. For everybody here, for those of you in the Zoom chat, you are not obligated to stay on camera. If you prefer to switch off your camera, create a space that's private, that's comfortable for you. Whatever you prefer is totally fine. If you feel like maybe just sitting through this part and just meditating, maybe you're going to continue your journaling, that's okay. And when you do get into the movement, again, kind of imagine, this is just like a way to help get the movement coming. Imagine again, kind of like a ball of energy between your hands, and you're kind of like moving it with your body. And again, kind of what we do in like the morning meditations and stuff. There's no right or wrong way to do this. So just listen to your body, be in your heart, and allow it to serve you in whatever way you need. Again, thank you to Josh. I'll get things queued up here. Josh, did you want to say anything real quick just about this track, or just again anything, just gratitude in general? Just want to give you that opportunity, considering you've given us this gift of the music we're about to share tonight. So go ahead, just share. Everybody, let's hear a big round of applause for Josh, one of our amazing creators here. I know we got a lot of fans here for you, and then everyone's like a fan of Josh now in the chat. It's like, oh, he's so cool.
So much gratitude for all of you. Thank you. So much love. I'm so grateful to be just a fly on the wall during this conversation, and to tune into all of you, and like Kristen said, see myself in all of you and heal that part of myself as well. So thank you so much for that. And I think one thing that I was going to share during the last prompt, and Brendon did an amazing job of finding those words for me, was I think the biggest thing forgiveness brought for me during that, as I kind of sat in that meditation, was gratitude. Gratitude for myself for being able to feel those emotions, gratitude for the other person for, I think I actually wrote it down. Just to use like this affirmation for myself to end it off, is like, I forgive myself for all my actions and reactions, and I forgive everybody else for their own actions and reactions to whatever that was. And just so much gratitude for all of you for sharing all of that. That was so healing so healing for me, if that was the only thing, but I can't imagine what that did for everybody. So much gratitude for all of you. Brendon, thank you for allowing me to have this song on here. This is so cool. This is the Meditation Monday that I made this last week, and I just did a quick edit of it to make it danceable.
Perfect.
Thank
All
you all.
right. Thank you again, Josh. And for everybody here, be sure to connect with Josh's work. The Animal Kingdom on Instagram, animal spelled ANOMAL, and soundcloud.com/Animal Kingdom. All the links for those are already in the info for this video, so you guys can find those there. And like, seriously, like, listen to his music. Like, it's some good stuff. So, all right. Okay. So with that said, we're going to just kind of like switch things over to panel view. Once I get the music playing, if you guys can just give me a thumbs up within the Zoom chat to make sure that it is coming through okay. And yeah, we'll come back down and I'll kind of like guide us back down to seated once we do this. So again, the first part, just allow yourself, because it's kind of like more just like meditative music. It's not like a dancing beat, but just allow yourself to just kind of move, be in your heart, just kind of listen, gentle sways, whatever you feel you kind of need to do in this space. This is a sacred space. It's here to support you. And yeah, happy full moon, everyone. Thank you so much. So with that said, I'm going to cue up the audio here and then we'll get right into the dancing. So if you guys just give me a thumbs up for once it's playing in the chat, and for those of you in the YouTube chat, thank you again. So here we go. Just give me 2 seconds. Gently inviting everyone to be able to just take another moment here. Let's go ahead, connect with your breath gently if you want to bring yourself back down to seated or wherever you may be. Just allow yourself to really feel as you breathe right now. In 1 or 2 words, how's everybody feeling right now? I just want to be able to reflect on that within your own hearts. So beautiful. Man, it's one of those things where like once you get moving, it's just like I don't want to stop. Like I want to do this for like a half hour more. I want to do this for an hour. That was beautiful. Good job, everyone. Especially again, you know, for those of you who may be becoming more familiar with just kind of like the expression of moving your body and everything like that. Great job, everyone. That was really beautiful. So thank you again, Josh, for that one. And go ahead and check out the higher quality sounds of Josh's music again at soundcloud.com/Animal Kingdom. It's spelled ANOMAL Kingdom. So thank you so much, Josh. That was wonderful. So we'll keep things moving along here, team. Again, just to be able to fit within the time frame. Let's say that, you know, we're inside of like a rented place and we have to be out of here by no later than 12:30. So let's just keep things moving along. So we're gonna go through these next prompts again, just with swiftness is the word that I like to be able to use, while still honoring again whatever it is that people feel called to share. So yeah, we're going to kind of shift gears here, and these next parts of the prompts that we're asking is related to embodiment. So again, just before we move on before we move on to the next part, everybody here, let's just give a nice thank you again to Josh for helping share his music with us here tonight. So for everybody in the YouTube chat, again, be sure to connect further with Josh there as well. So beautiful. Awesome. All right, so let's get ready to move into this. So Lacey, I'll pass it over to you, and you can lead us into the first prompt related to embodiment that we have tonight. And again, for everybody here, just let's together set the intention of like concise response. So for everybody here, we'll just be mindful of that while still being honest to what it is that we feel called to share. Lacey, I'll pass it over to you. And even again, I don't know if you want to just like any gratitude following that ecstatic dance or anything like that, please by all means, and that goes for anybody. So go ahead, Lacey, when you're ready. And Lacey, can you just tilt your camera down a little bit just so we got it framed up a little bit more, if that's not a problem? So okay, all right, so passing it over to Lacey. I think if might be.
All right, yeah, I moved my camera.
Yep, no worries. Okay. All right.
Is that better?
I think so. It's just, yeah. Okay. No, that's fine. Okay. All right. Go ahead, Lacey. Passing the talking stick over to you. So.
Yeah. So thank you so much for creating that music, Josh. So good. Love it. I'll definitely be checking your stuff out. Love the vibe. I was feeling it. Hopefully everyone felt, you know, a little bit of a release there. So yeah, with the next one, we'll just get into it and we can start embodying more the things that we talked about. So the next prompt was, when have you closed yourself off from receiving? In what areas of your life can you bring more abundance? And then I put the affirmation, I'm open to receiving. And that's like a 2 question, but you can like answer it however you feel. So like, where can we bring more abundance into our life? So maybe what area has been lacking and we want to put more into that. So yep, that's the next one.
Thank you, Lacey. So again, I'm just going to copy paste that into the YouTube chat so that everybody can just kind of read it there, as well as here within the Zoom chat, and I'll just read it again one more time. So what have you closed yourself off from receiving, unconsciously or consciously? In what areas of your life can you bring in more abundance? In what areas in your life can you bring in more abundance? And the mantra, I am open to receiving. Let's just take a moment here. Again, just kind of regular routine. Everybody just go ahead and just allow yourself to reflect. You can start your journaling. Maybe this entire dialogue is just going to be something within your mind. So when you're ready, just go ahead and just take, again, about a few moments of within your own silence where nobody else is talking and you're just listening to your own heart. So in what areas of your life can you bring in more abundance? taking as much time as you need here. Again, if you're listening to this in the future, please by all means go ahead and pause the broadcast if you would like to take some more time. We'll move through things. I'll just say on this real quick, and again, just kind of setting the pace here. There's a lot of things I could say, but one thing in particular, I feel in what areas of my life can I bring in more abundance? One thing that it's off the top of my head, more abundance in terms of like relationships with my parents. Is something that I feel I feel like again, it's just kind of as I'm at a point in my life where I'm not living in the same house as them. I don't see them quite as much anymore, but it's one of those things where it's just like they're not just my parents, like they're my friends, and how can I develop that relationship, and what can I do within my own mind to just kind of break out of this old mentality where the young me was just like like wanting to just like, it's my parents, I don't want to hang out with my parents. But now as I'm like kind of getting older, it's like actually like I want to get to know my parents better. Like I want to like learn more about them. It's weird for me to kind of say that, because it's kind of like admitting where it's just like who are they, like who are they really, like beyond just my parents, like how can I actually like talk to them as just like a friend, now that we're both adults on that level. So for me, the abundance that I want to be able to bring into my life is just abundance in terms of immediate family relationships, and again, just being more present with that is something that I share, is that I feel called to share. But obviously I could talk more on other things as well. Hands up for whoever wants to be able to jump in next. And again, we'll keep things fairly concise. Ren, Flash, Kristen. Okay, we'll pass over to Flash first, and then we'll just kind of hopscotch from there. So Flash, when you're ready, go right ahead.
So I just want to say I am open to receiving true and deep gratitude and recognition. I'm finding in my life, when I really, really accept that and that connection with others, I'm able to give back. There's that connection, and I think I haven't been able to give as deeply because I haven't been accepting and receiving that. So that's where I'm at right now.
Thank you, Rebecca. Ren, we'll pass it over to you next if you're ready.
So I love how you said that with your parents, because I did not really have a close relationship with my parents until I recently moved across the country. And now all of a sudden there's just something over me that's like, I want to get to know my family. Like I want to get to know my parents more and their personalities, and not just as like, oh, this is my dad, like this is my mom, and I like really felt like what you were saying with that. So I wrote how I can bring more abundance was with my health, my family, friendships, and just enjoying people and the surroundings around me in the present moment, because I've always had a tendency to kind of like, even if I'm enjoying it and having fun, kind of there's a part of me that's like, oh, I want to go home, like I'm anxious, but I don't know why. But I want to like embrace that feeling and just be happy in the moment, and not have my mind running a million miles a minute of like what I need to do tomorrow or the next day. And yeah, just being more present. No.
Thank you, Ren. Okay, we'll keep things moving along. Kristen, you had your hand up next, and then whoever's else after Kristen. Go ahead, Kristen.
Beautiful. First of all, I just wanted to say, Josh, thank you so much for that amazing music and just uplifting vibes. That was really beautiful to be able to mix in with the emotional release from before. So thank you for providing that. And yeah, I also wanted to say, Lacey, thank you for the affirmations. I really appreciate those with the questions, just to really be able to like hone that into. So thank you for providing those. I am open to receive deeply connected emotional relationships, and I am open to receive love within my heart. And so that's mine. Thank you.
Thank you, Kristen. Quick hands up for whoever else wanted to be able to share on this prompt. If anybody else, Lacey's got their hand up. Amanda, okay. Amanda, we'll pass it over to you next, and then Lacey, and then anybody else, and then we'll be on to the next one. Go ahead, Amanda.
Really what I'm trying to find more abundance with is just within myself. I've gone my whole life not knowing how to receive love because I never knew how to receive it. So trying to find that within myself to allow other people to be able to give me love and actually let them in and get to know me is something that I've been working on, but that's really where I need to have more abundance in my life, is just accepting myself and letting other people love me.
Beautiful. Thank you. Thank you, Amanda. Lacey, I'll pass it over to you next when you're ready.
So
Yep. There we go.
the areas with connection, community, and more love. So just connecting with more like-minded people, and community. And then I also put the times that I've closed myself off from receiving usually would come to intimacy. So I am open to receiving more intimate love, and by doing so, I'm able to express myself as a sexual being. So that's what I wrote.
Thank you, Lacey, for sharing. Anybody else? We'll just keep moving along here. So anybody else who wanted to share on that one? Last call. Okay, all right, that's totally cool. I appreciate everybody, and again, really just, I think that's a question that we could totally just sit with and spend a little bit more time with on our own personally. Lacey, when you're ready, I'll pass it over to you, and we'll just get into the next prompt. I'll just start it off here. So the next prompt for everybody, if you guys are ready, is acknowledge your power. Take responsibility for not being in your power. In what ways can you rise to your power more? Acknowledge your power. Take responsibility for not being in your power. In what ways can you rise to your power more? In what ways can you rise to your power more? So again, we'll just do another 30-second little silence. Allow yourself to really just be able to reflect and really just listen to your heart. Like, try not even to think about it. Just feel it. What comes up in your heart? In what ways can you rise to your power more? So just go ahead and take a moment here. Just continuing to breathe here. Again, if you want to just take time to pause this and come back, you're more than welcome to. Acknowledge your power. Take responsibility for not being in your power. In what ways can you rise to your power more? If anybody feels called to share, just go ahead and again put your hand up, and we'll pass it over to you if you are ready. If you want to just take another moment, more than welcome to be able to do that. So Lacey, we'll pass it over to you then. So go ahead.
So I put sorry, I just want to go back to it. Okay, so the way that I can be more in my power and my truth, and rising to that, is owning who I am, owning my worth, knowing what I say matters, owning my self-expression and sexuality, owning my emotions. So taking control over the things that bring me joy, which is self-expression and art, and being living art, and not being afraid to be seen in those ways, and truly embody those things, be like, this is who I am. So yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you, Lacey. Anybody else who feels called to jump in, just go ahead and put your hand up, and we'll pass it over to you, and I'll share from something. Okay, so I'll just share here, and again, if somebody else does feel called to jump in, just go ahead and just let us know if you want to just take another moment here. So acknowledge your power. Take responsibility for not being in your power. In what ways can you rise to your power more? I think yeah, like for me, again, I kind of perceive this from multiple perspectives. Obviously, being in a position that I am in terms as a community leader, it's something that I'm constantly reflecting on. And for me, it's a great question to just even be able to reflect, what is power? Power is the ability to be able to send out a message. to be able to reach more people, to be able to deepen relationships, to be able to show up with consistency and accountability, and to, you know, do my best to be able to just like be there for the people who I want to be able to be there for, while at the same time making sure that I'm being there for myself. So I think, you know, in what ways can I rise to my power more? I would say that, you know, in order for me to be able to rise into my power to serve the community, the first step in that is to be able to rise in power of serving myself, first and foremost. And what does that look like? And maybe that means, you know, just kind of being a little bit more diligent with small routines, little habits, being gentle with myself. And I don't feel that I'm not. I do just feel that it is something that I'm constantly kind of refining as we go. And again, I think in the circumstance of the world right now, it's important to be very gentle with ourselves. But for me to be able to rise into my power more, I think it's also in being able to just kind of like surrender into the arms of the community, where I know that at times the work that I do doesn't need to be done by myself alone. And this is something where the work that I do, the power is in my ability to be able to share the responsibility, to invite others to be able to collaborate in the task of carrying the workloads and things like that. And I do that. And I appreciate every single one of you, but it's something I always just want to be able to be more aware of. I do have a tendency, as many of us do, to be able to carry a lot, and I need to be able to be mindful of the times where if I feel like I'm carrying a lot, then I need to be able to, you know, sometimes understand that saying no is also saying yes to other things. So yeah, I think for me, being able to rise into my power is just being very self-aware with my energy bandwidth, being very honest, and doing like the work behind the scenes to be able to make sure that I'm taking care of myself, so that I can just optimize my ability to be able to show up and to remind myself of my why. And my why is to legitimately to be able to help people and to serve community and everything. So that's what comes up for me in that thought. Obviously, again, I could, you know, there's a lot of other topics we could branch that into. Who would like to be able to go next? Just go ahead, gently raise your hands. Leeza, I'll pass it over to you when you're ready.
So the first thing that came up for me is, you know, when I'm thinking about power, I also thought about, you know, what fuels your power. And for me, it's like I need to invite more better fuel and diet and exercise more into my life, and treating my meat suit as the temple that it is and the powerful tool that it really is. So that's really what came up for me with this question. It was like immediate. So thank you.
Thank you as well, Leeza. Okay, anybody else who wanted to be able to share on that one? You guys want to? Kristen, will pass it over to you next when you're ready.
Absolutely. Mine's very much in resonance with Leeza and both you, Brendon, but just really being able to be present in my body every day, and giving it whatever it does need, and being aware of the needs, and maintaining the, you know, the daily routines that we do create. They're so important, and it's so easy to say, you know, I don't have time for that one little thing, but that one little thing could change the whole course of your day and really give you that little bit of extra energy. It's like if you wake up in the morning and you do 5 minutes, 10 minutes of yoga, you know, that 10 minutes is going to completely change your day. It's going to give you so much more energy. And so just really honoring that whenever I do take time for myself, that it's so that way I can better show up for others. And so for me, honoring my power is really just being present in my body and respecting it, cherishing it for everything that it is. And yeah.
Thank you, Kristen. Anybody else who wants to be able to go on this one, and we'll move into the next prompt once we are ready. So last call, if anybody else wanted to be able to share. Looks like there's, oh, Allis. Yep. Okay, go. Allis is like go for it, Allis. And Allis, please feel free to, or yeah, okay, go. You talked earlier, right? Like briefly? Did you?
I led the morning meditation.
No, but this is like your first time talking on this broadcast tonight, right?
Yeah.
Alice, please feel free to introduce yourself with a half hour left in the broadcast, and go ahead and share from your heart. Welcome, Alice, and thank you for the meditation this morning.
Yeah. I'm having a good time,
Been
and I
feeling
tried
it.
to go live on TikTok and kind of chat. So I was doing my
Cool,
own.
cool,
So,
perfect.
yeah. So I also I first of all, have really resonated with everything everyone said. I felt like honestly, recently I was like I have such a strong need to isolate a lot. It's like one of my strengths in certain aspects, but in other ways, you literally cannot go through this journey alone. And if you in fact try to, or if you at some point come across the solution in yourself and you say like, well, I absolutely must be alone. It's almost like that that's like when it comes to the realization, you're like, that's the one thing that you're really missing. So I feel so grateful to have a community who is just there, just like there and patient while I go through all of that and come back and go back and everything. And then out of nowhere, yeah, it's like everyone else was going through the exact same thing this entire time. I feel so validated and I feel so supported. And I'm like, oh, of course, because we're all a reflection of the consciousnesses that we're the collectives that we're a part of. So that makes perfect sense. So I loved hearing everybody speak, and I've been really excited about that. And I love this new moon, and I'm really excited about this retrograde. Everyone's going to get a lot of really amazing clearing done, and then in the spring we'll all spring forth, and I can't wait for that new astrological year. So I wanted to also just second, though, I definitely think that in one way that I can just serve myself better is by the honoring my physical incarnation here in this life. I was chronically ill for a long time, and I came across a really strange conundrum where when I discovered Reiki, I'm a Reiki practitioner, but that's new. So actually over the past summer, I just don't consider, I'm just not sick anymore. And so I have a lot of identities wrapped around being an ill person, being someone who's incapable, having blah, blah, blah. And so coming into we kind of need an ego to exist, right? So coming into a new ego that's like, I'm a healthy person, I'm a loving person, I'm a capable person, and recognizing that no matter what you used to think you were, you weren't your thoughts anyway. You're the consciousness. You can always pull yourself back and become what you want to be. And that's it's just an incredible experience to go through. And I'm so honored to go through it with all of you because I know you're going through the same thing. So I love you all. Happy new moon. Or I keep calling it a new moon. It's a full moon.
Happy full moon. And happy Mercury retrograde.
Yeah.
Let's have a Mercury retrograde like dance party. Like
great.
I know, right? Yeah. Just totally shift the
Oh my
stigma.
God, I love
Poor Mercury
Animal is
retrograde, always
like,
getting the tough end of the stick. I know, right? So
I know. But that dance off though, seriously, Animal is like a celebrity now. Like, don't you
just
feel
about.
like
I think we
I
all
was
are
the
at this
same
point.
thing.
So yeah.
Yeah. This is
VIP
a
right here.
community. Every
So
community has
everybody's
like,
a VIP.
just we're a small town doesn't mean we don't have a cool band in the town.
Absolutely.
Okay?
I
Like,
think we
hello.
got a pretty
I
amazing
love this.
crew.
Had a great time. Yeah. All right, great.
Thank you again. That's wonderful hearing from you. Yeah, and again, just kind of listening to what everybody else was saying. One thing with kind of stepping into your power. If anybody else want to jump in on this real quick, and then we'll get right into. We got 2 more prompts left, and then we're getting into our final dance number. So for me, in what ways can I rise to my power? Like honestly, like for me, like it's one of those things where it's just like, damn, like if I was, just focusing on like one craft, one specific area of my art, like what would that look like? And for me, like I can feel what it would feel like to like really begin to like make like another level of content. Like what would it look like if I just spent like a week like just creating like the dopest TikToks or like the funniest videos, and not even just that, like really like using my voice more and like doing like spoken word poetry and flowetry and hip hop. For me, that's something where it's just like, oh, like, and some of you tune in for like the open mic and you guys kind of got a sample of that in some way or another. But for me, like that's where like, oh, it's like we all do, we carry a lot of responsibilities and stuff like that, but I wish I could create like a little like hyperbolic time chamber where I could just be like, okay, I'm gonna go into this bubble, not have to worry about everything else. I love doing everything else, but then just like focus just on like the craft of my art with the intention to make like really powerful content, because I've always been able to make really powerful content, but I'm curious, like I'm literally curious. I'm like, what would that look like? What does like Brendon's content like in its prime really look like? So that's something that I'm kind of curious, and I feel called to that, because again, that's something both out of my curiosity, but also something because it's like, damn, like I want to create content that's like engineered to like touch people's souls. And I think I already do that, but I'm just like, I can do it better. Like the best is yet to come is what I'm saying. And I'm saying that to myself. And I say that to all of us. It's just like, dude, like what would happen if we all just like really leveled up as artists? And again, and I think everything that we've talked about doing with the personal work, it leads into that, right? But that's part of the reason for doing the personal work, to lead into that. But you guys are doing great. You guys are beautiful artists. And again, you know, a lot of what we already talked about, and even, you know, stuff that Lacey and I have talked about, it's like, you are your art. You are your art. So like really just like honoring that wherever you are right now is working on your art. So okay, team, let's keep moving along here. Did anybody else just want to be able to hit upon that quick prompt? Lori, okay, Lori, go ahead. Any response to that prompt, and then we'll get into the next one.
Okay, this is not specifically a response to that prompt, but it is bouncing off of everything that we've been talking about tonight. So I just was curious to read what the cards earlier, what the book said, and I just would like to share two. They're really short, but they come with like the message that I showed you earlier. So the first one is the Miriam Sacred Vision. It says, choose to forgive in order to heal. See the light in all. Remember that love has no boundaries. Okay, so it's that one. And it says, hold on, I'm just going to hold this up because it's beautiful. All right, so it says, choose to forget. Oh, I read that part. The Miriam, which means the beloved, are twin flame angels who come as one. They are mirror images of each other. They are the angels who appeared to Mary Magdalene as the tomb of Jesus after his passing. These angels spoke directly to Mary and helped her move beyond her grief so that she was able to commune with Jesus once more. They can help us move beyond the cloud of grief too. They heal grievances of all kinds, including ones that have been created by religion or the idea that God does not love or accept us because of a mistake we once made. The Miriam helps us remember that we don't need to ask God for forgiveness because he never condemned us in the first place. There is a real opportunity for you to move beyond grief or grievance at this time. The Miriam are here, swirling their holy light around you so that you can regain a sense of union with Spirit. You are loved beyond words. Choose to see the light of God in everyone and everything, and to love without boundaries. Honor others and honor yourself with your sacred vision. You are in a space of deep healing and forgiveness. Choosing to see the light of the world will help you grow even more. Wow, right? Okay, and the other one was Odin. Remember I pulled Odin? No, Horus. I didn't read Odin yet. Horus. Listen to this. After the podcast, I might go live just to read these messages in here if anybody's interested. Because wow. Okay. Horus, Cosmic Gateway. Your thoughts are magnetic and powerful. Miraculous changes are occurring. Horus is the Egyptian eagle-headed god and sun, twin flame of the goddess Isis. He is known for his foresight, psychic awareness, and ability to travel between the worlds. He can help us move into the cosmos with our mind. Meditations and prayers so that we can harness the natural magic that surrounds us. He was known for the ritual magic in the past, and now he helps create pockets of energy in the world where we can access light, wisdom, and insight. If you are seeing the symbol of an eye appearing around you, know that Horus is asking you to become aware of how you are influencing the energy around you and how it is in turn influencing you. You are connected to the universe and have the ability to manifest miraculous experiences. Your thoughts, words, and actions are like magnets drawing the energy that creates and cultivates your world. You have a stellar gateway chakra above your head, a vortex of energy that is influenced by your own energy. You can place ideas into this vortex to create what you are seeking. The universe also offers you guidance, abundance, and support and healing based on your capacity to connect to it and accept it. You have a real opportunity to further that connection now by sending prayers and intentions out into the cosmos. Beautiful. Thank you for having this space, Brendon. That came through because of you and this space that you created. Thank you so much.
you.
Big love to you.
Thank you, Lori. Wonderful. And yeah, shout out to Miriam and Horace for jumping into the broadcast right there. So okay, team, let's keep things moving along. We're gonna go right into the next prompt. Lacey, I'll pass it over to you, so go ahead and you can let us know what the next prompt is, and then we got one more after this, and then we're into our final dance number, and then we're calling it a night. So go ahead, Lacey. Oh, I'll just give it 2 seconds here. I think Lacey might be slightly frozen. Just give it 2 seconds.
I'm just eating a little.
Sorry, Lacey, did I jump over to you as you were? I apologize. You want me? I can read this next one here. Lacey,
It's okay.
You're ready? Okay, all right.
Oh, I got it.
Okay, go ahead, Lacey, when you're ready. So.
Okay, so the next one is, what things bring you joy? In which ways can you make more time for the things that make you happy?
Okay, so we'll read that again. Excuse me. So again, for everybody here, what things bring you joy? And in which ways can you make more time for the things that make you happy? What things bring you joy? In which ways can you make more time for the things that make you happy? Again, let's just take a moment here. We'll just kind of quickly close our eyes, meditate, reflect, listen to your heart. Go ahead and do that now. What things bring you joy? In which ways can you make more time for the things that make you happy? Gently breathing here. Again, feel free to pause, take your time, write out as much as you want, as much as you feel called. What things bring you joy? In which ways can you make more time for the things that make you happy? Kristen, we'll pass it over to you when you're ready. Go right ahead.
Oh my gosh, this is such a beautiful question. How do we make more time? It's simple, right? We just do the things that make us happy. You know, it's an active choice every day, you know, to be able to do things and what you do with your time. And so the answer is just always to create spaces that flow with my soul and to engage in activities that bring me joy, and to just always be seeking that love and that hope in everything that I do, and that's just going to unfold into all the time patterns to just ripple out and create more love. So
Thank you, Kristen. All right, anybody else here? We're moving through pretty swiftly. Amanda, who else wants to put their hand up afterwards? Go ahead and just let us know. Amanda, go ahead, pass it over to you.
So Josh and his music is what brings me joy most of the time. And dancing, and I already give Josh 95% of my time as it is. But I dance every single morning, so it's the same as Kristen said. It's really just allocating the space and time to doing the things that you love and making sure that you give that attention to the things that you enjoy doing every single day and just making that conscious decision.
Thank you, Amanda. I'll just speak on this real quickly, and then anybody else, just go ahead, just put your hand up ahead of time so I can see who else I want to be able to pass it to. So Z, you want to go next? I saw your hand, and then Lacey, was your hand up? Was that? Yeah, okay. Yeah, so again, what things bring you joy, and which ways can you make more time for those things? Again, kind of going back to what I was saying, talking about family. Family for me, it just feels like really, really, really important right now, within my personal family. But again, I say this in a broader context as well. Like relationships with people are important for me, and I feel like one of the things that's important for myself and for any of us is to be able to communicate our gratitude. Because I feel like when we communicate our gratitude, that helps open up the doors for the invitation to perhaps engage with those relationships a little bit more. Sometimes it's like one of those things where it's just kind of like, it's like you love someone, but you might not always tell them, you might not always demonstrate it. And so sometimes just like the idea of just being like, hey, I really appreciate you. I'd love to be able to spend time with you. Are you available? And like initiating. Going out of your way, creating those portals, creating those space, inviting those opportunities. That for me, I think is really, really valuable, is to just kind of like level up my ability to be able to communicate my gratitude, and then have that gratitude be, again, a natural way that kind of leads into spending more time with family, with friends, with loved ones, with Lacey, with people in my life who I deeply care about. Again, and even just other things I could say, even just, moving my body, playing sports, playing hockey, getting outside, exercising, hanging out with my pets, anything like that. And of course, spending time with you guys, absolutely. And I think we do a good job of that. We don't always we're like, that's the thing that's kind of special with our community, is like we have this very powerful connection, but we're not like hanging out with each other all the day every time. There's a lot happening within our community. There always is something happening, but it's kind of nice where we kind of go out, come in, go out, come in. So I think even just having like a rhythm, and kind of like a routine is very, very important. Just be like, find a family or a friend and just be like, okay, like every Tuesday we're going for a walk together, or every Sunday we're going to meet up and play chess or something like that, or I'm going to call you on the phone. So creating like a rhythm routine. Anyways, that's just off the top of my head. Lacey, I'll pass it over to you next, and then anybody else after that, we'll keep going. Then we got one more, and then we're into our final dance number. So Lacey, when you're ready, go ahead.
I think Z, did she want to go though?
Z, do you want to go first?
She can go first, and then I can just like
Sure.
segue into the next thing.
Okay, if there's anybody else. Yeah, okay. Z, we'll pass it over to you then. Thank you, Lacey. So Z, if you're ready, go right ahead. Welcome, Z.
Thank you, Lacey. I was like, sad face. Okay, I love this question. What brings you joy? This call, obviously. Something that really brings me joy I was telling a couple of people here yesterday are skyscrapers. Like literally, like the views of civilizations all across the world literally give me life. Like the way people feel about nature is the way I feel about what humans can create. and like the pure, raw, unadulterated like ambition required to like create these infrastructures and like be able to build. And it's just, and I love dancing through skyscrapers. So I'll put on my headphones and I'll just like literally like prance around, and I'll do it in places where it's really fucking weird to do it too, like everywhere though. And it started because I'm a New Yorker, so dancing through Times Square was no big deal. And then going to Singapore, and like I've been to almost 50 countries now. I've probably danced through all of them. And I've been stared at a lot. Like, what is that girl on? I usually wasn't on anything. That was dancing through skyscrapers is something that brings me huge amounts of joy. And lately I've been just listening to Josh's music, Dancing Through Dubai, and Star Being makes me look at these buildings, and they look like alien buildings. Like look at this one right here. Like they're all like, this is our architecture's like dream area. But another thing that brings me joy, it's kind of funny, but it's the little laugh at the end of everything that Kristen and Lacey say. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but literally, I think they all do. It's like right before, like they'll say something and they'll go and then like go mute, and I'm like, what? That's so fucking cute. What is that? And even like Kristen has sent me like voice notes on WhatsApp, and I die because at the end she'll do it too. And she's like, I don't know. And I look forward to it now whenever they talk because that's what I know. Yeah, so that brings me joy. Optimizing the human experience brings me joy. Like, okay, so what really frustrates me is like incompetence. Like it is one of my pet peeves, but like optimization of whatever our goal is, and like really makes me happy. So obviously like optimizing the way we experience the online experience is like makes me really fucking happy. Creating a reflection of love or destruction accordingly. I like to be able to go through both. It brings me happiness to destroy someone just like it makes me happy to love someone. Like I like both those things pretty equally, to be honest. And I just learn when to apply each accordingly, but both of them bring me joy. Like yes, I do love bringing down the psychopath. Like I do love anyways, I won't get into that. I love food that drips down my lips onto my lap because my bite was too massive. Like, and like being a messy eater brings me joy. I love when I get into a taxi and spirit is speaking to me through the music that's playing. Happens all the fucking time. I'm like, and it's like always the most obscure random 1990s or 2000 song that's like I haven't heard in 10 years. That's like exactly like telling me what I need to know about my life circumstance. Like it's wild. Making money makes me happy. I think money is a way to make more time, period. Cause like, I don't know, that, that makes sense, right? And lastly, I think cutting people out of my life accordingly. Like I did my family. And my psychic, who I had a reading with recently, said it best. Like, just because like they're your family doesn't mean you like. Don't let anyone treat you the way you wouldn't want to be treated, and don't allow it just because they're your family. Like they're just like anyone else. Like something like that. I said that really badly, but it brought me a lot of joy to finally be able. Like I was like, when did I do it? Like a year, 2 years ago maybe. Like I cut them out of my life. And I had never done that. And I needed to have done that. I realized I was supposed to run away from home when I was 12 years old. And I didn't do that. And I stuck through it. But now, like when I did release them, everything shifted in my life. Like it was kind of crazy. And it brings me a lot of joy to be able to have the autonomy to just like literally cut people out or do whatever based on whatever, I want to, and to be able to experiment with myself in spirit to see like what reflects when I make those decisions and not be, bound to some societal programming kind of thing. And that makes me really happy too. And I feel like that gives me more time. Like when you cut toxicity out, like you have more energy and then you have more time, right? So anyways, yeah. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Z. That was wonderful, and thank you for just bringing some laughter. I think that was like we didn't have like a lot of laughter yet until Z just started talking. So Z, thank you for bringing that into the space here. So wonderful. Man, I'm hungry now. Like literally just listening to you talk about food, I'm just like, oh man. Whew, okay, all right. Lacey, I know we're gonna pass it back to you in a second, but did anybody else just want to go real quick, or after Lacey? If not, we'll go pass it to Lacey, and then we'll get right into our closing prompt. So Lacey, we'll pass it over to you, and Z, thank you again for your flexibility and for sharing. So Lacey, when you're ready, go right ahead. Oh, hold on, let's just make sure. It might have frozen for a second there. Okay.
Yeah.
There we go. Go ahead.
Is it good?
Yeah, I think good
Okay.
enough. Yeah,
I just wanted to thank Z for sharing, and totally like the stuff you said. I was just like, wow. And I love your fiery Sag energy as a fellow Sag. It's just so funny. And it's funny that you say that about the laugh, because like my whole life I've been like known for my laugh. So it continues, I guess. So what I wrote before I go into the next one, I just wanted to share, is the things that bring me joy are argument thing. which I do a lot of.
Say that
what
again.
else
Lacey,
did
it
I,
glitched out right there. What was the first thing?
Oh, I said the things that bring me joy are dance, art, laughing, movement. Who knows what I wrote here? I have terrible writing, but I scribbled it down. Play and connection. And then what was the second part of that? I don't remember because I wrote more here, but I'm like, what am I? Oh, in which ways can I make more time for the things that make me happy? I think it's just really saying yes, and choosing to say yes, even when I feel like I shouldn't, like maybe there's something, I have other things I should do. And I'm like, maybe I should just say yes to play. By nature, I'm a playful person. By nature, I want to play. And when I choose to say yes to that, to all those things that are expressions of play, I feel so good, and I'm able to do all the other stuff a lot better because I put the effort into the things that bring me the most joy. And so, for example, tomorrow I will be going sledding. It's probably going to take 2 hours. I'm going to have to hike there. It's going to be a mission, but I'm going to feel so good after because I love to do it. And it's, and the kids love to do it too. So just choosing to say yes to play. Yeah. So anyways, the next prompt, the last one. So thank you everyone for being here and sharing your light, and you're all so beautiful. The last one is, what are you proud of, and what accomplishments can you celebrate right now? So you may feel like there isn't, but like it could even have been like accomplishment that you had today or yesterday. It doesn't have to be something big. It could be something small. It could be saying yes to doing that one thing that you felt, you didn't think that you should say yes to. So that's the prompt, is what things bring you, what are you proud of, and what accomplishments can you celebrate right now? And then I wrote, celebrate your journey. So yeah.
Awesome.
Try not to do the laugh.
That's like trying to stop the sun from rising. Good luck with that. So
Yeah.
both equally beautiful. All right. Okay, let's just kind of take a moment here. I'll shut up. Everybody just go ahead and just meditate for a little bit. So again, what are you proud of? What accomplishments can you celebrate right now? So everyone just go ahead, just take a few moments within your own heart. What are you proud of? What accomplishments can you celebrate right now? Celebrate your journey. Continue to breathe here. Again, if you want to pause at this point, take some more time. Take as much time as you need. Gently bring your awareness back to the space. What are you proud of? What accomplishments can you celebrate right now? So obviously this prompt fits a beautiful theme here that we have within the community. We are constantly creating a space to be able to celebrate the many things that we are creating together that we are proud of between each other. Like, I'm proud of what you're creating. I'm proud of you sharing tonight. I'm proud of you being able to be vulnerable and to be brave. So we'll go around the circle. So quick hands real quick. And even again, I encourage whoever wants to share tonight, if you guys haven't said anything for a little bit. So Jessica, Abby, Leeza, and Kai, and Amanda, and Z, and Kristen. We'll start off with Amanda, and then we'll just kind of we'll go from there. So Amanda, when you're ready, go right ahead.
First thing I'm proud of is all of us that have been working so hard on Vibeo, and just the amount of ground that that's taken and the explosion that's happened in like the last couple of weeks is just insane. And I love that I'm such a big part of it. And I love you, Z, and I love you, Kaden. And you guys are amazing. I'm also ridiculously proud of my Discord, which is still really small, but it's really special. And we've accomplished a lot on there so far. So that's been a big thing for me. But those are the two things that I'm super proud of at the moment.
Awesome. Thank you, Amanda. And absolutely, standard plug for Vibeo. If you guys haven't connected with Vibeo yet, be sure Vibeo App on Instagram.com/Vibeo App, and also on TikTok now. And if you want to even just connect with Z's information is in the show notes also. And that's a mobile app that like a lot of us are kind of like involved with. Z's kind of like invited us into this really, really beautiful project that's going to be like a new version of a social media app. Beta's already open. You guys can check it out. We'll talk about that another time. Thank you, Amanda, for plugging that. Okay, let's keep things passing along here. I'm just going to kind of go based on people that we haven't heard from in the last little bit. Jessica, I'll pass it over to you. I'm just kind of picking at random here, so don't take it personally. Jessica, when you're ready, go right ahead.
Okay, am I ready? I just really resonated with the idea of play. And so when I was just thinking all the moments I've had play with my kids or with myself in this past few days. And that really brings me to the present moment. So I feel really proud of that. And I'm going to keep holding on to that. So thank you for reminding me of that, Lacey.
Beautiful. Okay, Abby, I'll pass it over to you next. If you're ready, you can go right ahead, Abby.
First, I just want to say, Brendon and Lacey, thank you for these amazing prompts because they've allowed me to get a lot deeper. And while I got to connect with you guys while I'm doing it, so that's what makes me feel even more safe to be connecting with all of you while I'm doing this work, even if I'm not vocally sharing it, all of it. It's still amazing to be able to do that. And an accomplishment that I had today is, well, I woke up and I said, I don't know what kind of dream I just had, if it was scary or what. And I don't know what my energy is, but I'm having a good day today. So that was an accomplishment. And then with that energy, it led me to go live and release a lot of fear and talk about myself. And it just led to a lot of accomplishments throughout the day and an energy of feeling actually accomplished at the end of the week with the work that I've been doing with my healing and moving forward and feeling good about taking steps to like reach out to certain people and reach out to my family more again, because like this is all the stuff that we've been talking about is stuff that like I literally have been working through in the last like week, and then having everyone come here and affirm it, and then like I hear like things and it's like little seeds that everyone plants, and it's like that's literally just a confirmation from source to like start taking these next steps, start building something for yourself. So that's an accomplishment I'm really proud of for this week, is making plans for myself and my future.
Abby, thank you so much. Everybody here, again, you know, just like show some love for everybody, like Abby and everybody before them, Jessica, Amanda, everybody who's still going to share. Like, that's what we're doing here, guys. Like, just creating the space for us to be able to celebrate the work that we're doing, both like creatively, interspace, you know, all of it. It's all incredibly important. So, okay, we'll keep passing things around here. Let me just check in. Leeza, I'll pass it over to you next. Leeza, when you're ready, go right ahead.
Celebrate good times. Come on. Sorry, I just had to do that. I was in
Glad
I just
someone did. I was waiting for it.
So something I'm very proud of myself for this today actually is setting certain boundaries that really needed to be set, and I was very afraid to set these boundaries. And it was with my parents, and you know, it's difficult to tell to set a boundary where, it might hurt them a little bit for you to set these things. But it was really important for me in my growth and my, distancing them from, being a child to being a adult. So it was something I'm really proud that I did and was able to like feel really good about. So that's what I'm proud of today.
Awesome. Let's show some love for Leeza. Thank you, Leeza. Beautiful. All right. We'll keep passing around. Go ahead. Just quickly put your hands up because okay, I can see Kristen and Lori. I'm just counting real quick here. Z, Kai, Ren, and Lacey. Okay, Lori, we'll pass it over to you next. When you're ready, Lori, go right ahead.
I just want to say this is the part where I love, because I just love celebrating wins, and I try to make it a daily practice of thinking about what is even like a tiny win. Like I just try to think like what is one good thing that like is coming out of the situation, or what is one good thing that I can focus on that makes me playful and can dance and have fun and whatever. And so I just love that. So my tiny win, and it's actually not a tiny win, it's a huge win for me, is just feeling like I'm stepping into a space where I can actually share myself and not feel afraid, because the right people are going to resonate with my message, and the people who don't are going to be tuned into somewhere else, or they're just going to try to troll me, and that's okay too. But um I just have really reflected a lot during this broadcast. So I think, I just again want to share so much gratitude to you and all of you beautiful souls for sharing so much of yourselves. So that in itself is a huge win. That's not a tiny win. This community we are creating together is phenomenal. It is the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. I've never been a part of anything so authentic and so loving and so kind and so welcoming. And I just love all of you guys so much. And I'm so grateful to be a part of this. It's epic, historic.
Thank you, Lori. Let's give some love to Lori and the team. I mean, again, like good job, everybody here. Absolutely, so beautiful. All right, Kai, you had your hand up, did you not? I'll pass over to Kai next if Kai's ready. So go ahead, Kai.
Oh my gosh, yeah. It's been a roller coaster. I just want to say thank you, everyone, for sharing space and sharing like parts and bits of you. Because like everyone, like I felt it. I felt everyone's story, and so much of you just described it in words, like feelings that I've always felt, and it's been healing. It's been processing. So I'm very proud of my journey. I'm very proud of making it today. Um, I'm very proud that I graduated medical school in the pandemic. And for me, it was one of those things where there was a point in time in my third year where I dropped out, and it was me taking a break, but I was actually like ready to say goodbye. Like I was driving back across the country to go to my parents' house, and I was happy to just live in their basement. And then once I got there, like call up my school and be like, hey, you know what? I don't want to do this anymore. But I didn't, because yeah, fast forward 3 years, I graduated. So I'm so proud of me that like, even though like I had that belief that I couldn't do it, and I was like in a really dark place, and I like thought about like ending my life, I didn't. And just to think now, like I am here, like I am surrounded by loving people, and I'm building a life that I truly love and that I wake up excited for every day. So I'm so proud of me. I'm so proud of my journey. And I'm so proud of just making it here. And I'm genuinely happy to be here.
Thank you, Kai. It means so much for you to be able to share and for you to be here. It's like, honestly, like I'll save my gushiness for after everybody else is gone. I love you guys. You guys already know that. No, like seriously, like this is really really cool because like just the way all of us have come together and we're all just like such a like beautiful, amazing people and creators. Like yeah, I love it. I love the fact that you guys love it. Like that to me means a lot. But like I said, I'll talk about that later. Okay, let's keep going. Things going wrong. Ren, did you have your hand up, Ren? Yeah. Okay, Ren, we'll pass it over to you next. When you're ready, go right ahead.
Okay, so I think it was Allis. I think that's how you say your name. But when you said before, like we sometimes think we have to do it alone, that really like hit for me because like I've always thought I've had to do things on my own, and like I just graduated from being a nutritionist and health coach, and like realizing like wow, I'm still not that healthy, and like I need help. And so recently, said this earlier, finally like putting down my sword metaphorically and being like, okay, I could use a naturopath, I could use someone that could help me out here, and like finally like accepting this, and now like finding someone that's going to help me. And yeah, I thought I didn't do anything really great recently, but I literally moved out of my hometown from New York and across the country to Colorado. So like that was a big huge leap as well. So and doing this like again like joining this community and group like is something that's very out of my comfort zone. But I was like, I know I have to do this for my soul. I know I need to connect with like-minded people that are going to experience the same things and be able to be there like mentally. And so yeah, I'm just really happy and proud of myself, and I'm proud of like everyone else, and for Lacey and Brendon like putting this together and these questions and prompts. Like you guys are amazing, and you could just tell that you guys genuinely care about wanting to help people. And like that's a first, like finding people like that that are here for others and to make others feel better. So thank you guys.
Thank you, Ren, so much. That means so much again to hear. So beautiful. Okay, like I said, I'll save my stuff for after everybody else, and then we'll segue into the dance. So whoever wanted to go next, sorry guys, just put your hand. Okay, so we got Kristen, and who else wanted to go? Z and Kaci. Okay, Kaci, we'll pass it over to you next if you're ready. So Kaci, go right ahead.
Yeah, I took a break from like social media and stuff that was very well needed. So I wanted to like congratulate myself, pat on the back. Just like little tiny things. Like today, I actually got to sit down on my laptop and start writing out my like Reiki manual for like all the Reiki 1 people. So I'm super excited when that's all finished. And yeah, just a couple pages, and but that's all I needed to do today, and it's a big step.
Awesome. Wonderful. Thank you, Kaci, for sharing. Yeah, no, that's like again, yeah, being proud of ourselves for being able to say like it's like what do I need right now, and hearing the need for that and then saying yes to that, even if it's like against the grain or something that's like untraditional. So yeah, it's like saying yes to no to social media. Like that's huge. Good for you, Kaci. That's awesome. So leading by example. All right, Z, we'll pass it over to you next if you're ready. Go right ahead, Z.
Okay.
Yep, you're good.
So fun. This is a great topic because I don't actually I don't let myself feel proud often. It's like it's very infrequent or rare, and it's very like yeah, it's like literally like allowing it. But one thing that popped up when this prompt came up was I actually felt really proud about me coming into this community, and the reason I felt proud was that I came in just being me. Like, and in my life, I go into places with my accomplishments. Like, I go into places with what I know and what I can do and who I know and how much I have or whatever these things like these external things that I have accumulated, you know, because of a need to be loved. Like I just wanted to be loved and I wanted to be accepted, and I tried all these other ways to gain that, and at the end of it you still aren't. Like but it's what creates like that drive and motivation to accomplish. But I feel really proud that when I came into this community, I had big visions because I was searching, as you guys know, for a particular people, but it wasn't what I showed up with. It was more like I showed up just being me. And that to me is a really an accomplishment for me. And that I feel proud of, and that it wasn't like ego driven, it was just me being me. And that's hard sometimes. And I feel proud because that's also what I want to empower people to do, is to actually just show up being themselves and not like feel like they have to show up to promote something or do something. Like this actually it's just to be you. So I'm proud that I embodied like the goal that I have, you know, and yeah, that was honestly like all that came up. Like when this prompt came up, I was like, I feel really proud of that. And thank you guys for making it possible, for letting me be me, like for all of us to be just ourselves without having to be more. If that makes sense. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you, Z, for being you, and for everybody here. You guys are doing great. Proud of you guys. Like straight up, and I think I already said that. It's like I'm proud of you guys. It's literally I'm just gonna make a podcast where it's just like 5 hours of me just being like, I'm proud of you guys. Really, really, really proud of you guys. Really, really proud of you guys. Like straight up, it means a lot, right?
By the way,
Z, yeah.
Kason has his hand up. He just WhatsApp me. He's like,
Yes.
I don't think he ever sees it.
No. I don't see it, but we can pass it. Yep. Oh, go ahead.
But I'm really frustrated at him because he doesn't have his video on. And I'm like, I literally messaged him like, you're the fucking co-founder of Vibeo and you don't have video on right now. What is going on?
Whatever he's comfortable with. That's cool. That's cool. He might be walking his dog again. I don't know. It's okay.
Anyways. That's
no worries.
Awesome.
Kitten, did you want to go next? If so, go ahead, unmute your microphone, and then we'll pass over to Kristen next. Kitten, if you're there, please by all means go ahead. Should be able to. Mic's open, Kitten. We should be able to hear you. So. Oh, Kitten, you might need to be able to reconnect your audio. So maybe if we pass over to Kristen, you can double check that, and we'll get back to you. Kristen,
you need video. You need video. Okay, go on. Sorry.
Kristen, we'll pass over to you. Kitten, we'll pass over back to you once we get a chance. So I think Kitten's probably fixing it right now. So okay, Kristen, go ahead real quick, and Kitten, just hold up 1 second, and we'll get back to you. Go ahead, Kristen.
I will be super fast, I promise. I actually have a really big win for me that I wanted to share with you guys, and I'm actually really feeling blessed to be able to share it with you guys video call. So thank you for creating this beautiful prompt. The last few weeks have been experiencing a lot of like PTSD symptoms, flashbacks, and panic attacks. And so I reached out to my therapist and was like, I need to come in and check up with you. And while I was there, I had the opportunity to show her some of my artwork. And she loved it so much that she showed the director of the program my artwork. And she loved it so much that she is going to buy it for the entire office for me to create a painting for each office in the entire place. And then she even went so far as to say, hey, do you paint on walls? And I was like, yeah, sure. So she offered me the opportunity to paint a mural on the wall at the shelter that like saved my life 10 years ago. And so I'm just like really feeling blessed to have the opportunity to be able to inspire other women with my artwork. And yeah, just because I like stopped to actually like reflect on myself and say I love myself enough to go and to share my work. So yeah, and then I told her about my Reiki, and she was like, well, if you want to come and volunteer to offer Reiki and healing meditations for the people at the shelter, that would be great. And I just was like, that's like a dream. I would love to do that. And so it just turned into a really beautiful opportunity. So I'm really grateful for that win.
Wow, everybody here, let's give it up for Kristen. That's awesome. Universe working in magical ways there. But you're right? It's just kind of like as a result of you being able to say like, yes, you know, like this is an act of self-love, and then the universe is like, ding ding ding, like you did it here, like bonus prize, pew 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 pew. So, and that's gonna open up some new doors for you, so congratulations, Kristen, that's wonderful. And thank you. And if you guys haven't checked out Kristen's art, be sure to find them on Instagram, Pinoak Rising, there as well. So beautiful. Thank you, Kristen. Okay, Kitten, if you're there, go ahead and unmute your microphone, and then we'll pass it over. I think we're gonna pass over to Lacey, and then from there we'll get close to wrapping it up and get into our dance. Kitten, go ahead. I think we can hear you now. Maybe not. Kitten, we're not getting your audio right now, so I'm not sure if you just need to reconnect something there. So, otherwise Z can just like call him and share him through your microphone or something, like, I don't know. Z. Literally.
I just sent him the Zoom link again, so he's gonna join in from his laptop.
Okay. We'll get him. Is he in here? Kitten, are you in here yet? Let's give it 2 seconds here. For everybody here in the chat, go ahead. For those of you on YouTube, what are you guys proud of? And what accomplishments can you celebrate right now? If you haven't already reflected on that, please, by all means. Okay, we'll pass over to Lacey, and then we'll get Kitten back in here. So, Lacey, when you're ready, go right ahead.
So I wrote, I am proud of myself for showing up today, even though I was nervous, because, you know, being on camera and doing this is new for me. And when Brendon asked me to, like, you know, help him with it, I was like also excited to do that, but also really nervous, and I have bad anxiety, so I was like, how's this gonna go? But it's gone really well, and I'm really proud of myself for showing up, also for being vulnerable and being able to process some pain in a really healthy way, which was through just talking to you guys and through dance. And then I put, today I celebrate the beauty of life, of my life. Today I celebrate the connections that I've made this evening with you guys. So, yeah.
Oh, it's beautiful. Thank you, Lacey. Wonderful. Okay, so Kitten, you're back in on Zoom call. We'll pass it over to you. So, Kitten, again, just reiterating, what are you proud of? What accomplishments can you celebrate right now? Go ahead and share, Kitten.
Okay, the first thing is Vibeo, like that I want to acknowledge, because I was always, you know, I had a vision, and this is something that we have been working on for almost the entire past year, but never really saw that how much of a big impact it could make. And especially after you guys entered Vibeo and started, you know, interacting with each other and us having this beautiful experience, like sharing with each other, creating art, it just blew my mind. And it made me proud to an extent that beyond what I would have imagined ever. So first of all, like, I'm very proud and also very grateful for all of you guys that who are like amazing in their own ways. And it's so beautiful to just see that. I'm proud of inspiring art, like in one way or another, even just being an audience and being appreciative of people expressing themselves and people bringing their creativity out. I'm really proud to be holding such space or just being there. I'm proud to be working through all of these experiences and at the same time try to bring more of such experiences and abundance in my life, because I'm seeing that I have been very much disconnected earlier, that I wasn't really like connecting with people neither online nor in real life. And then this particular shift made me to work upon myself, work upon my socializing skills as well, how to talk with people, how to just show up more. And I'm proud of that I'm working on that. And rest, I'm just proud of this community and being part of this. Like, I think this is the first time that I'm speaking as being part of Paradigm Shift community, and I'm proud of that.
Awesome. Thank you, Kitten, and thank you Thank you, Z, for nudging us along the way and getting everybody up on stage here. Kitten, you did great, man. And thank you so much for your work that you're doing. One of the many wizards working behind the scenes on a lot of the magic happening here in the community. So let's give a nice little bit of round of applause, Kitten, for love for Kitten there. So thank you. Beautiful. Awesome. All right, so I'll just share real quick here, as if I even really need to say much. I think a lot of it has already been communicated, but again, you know, what am I proud of? One of the things that I've always kind of reflected on as a mantra here within this community is the idea of victory is a shared success. And so as much as I can say, like, oh, I'm proud of, you know, me starting this project over 10 years ago, and I'm proud of the fact that I showed up for weekly meetings within my community every single Friday, week after week after week, volunteering, facilitating, and doing it because I knew it was making a difference, and doing it because I wanted to be able to help people, and doing it because it was something in my heart. I'm proud of the fact that I've done, you know, over like 1,000 broadcasts in some format or another. But again, you know, I'm proud of the idea that none of this would have been possible if it wasn't for you. And I say that both in the context of the people who are here and the people who have been a part of the journey over the years, who may not necessarily still be like as involved in the community, but it's always been like this constant ebb and flow, this evolution of people that have continuously allowed me to be able to learn more about what it means to be a leader and a community facilitator, and then as a result of that, to allow me to just become like a better, you know, a better person as an individual, a better partner within a relationships, a better son, a better uncle, whatever it is, better friend, better communicator, better artist. And so, you know, I'm proud of my ability to be able to and I'm just kind of like, I'm saying this as if it's almost like my higher self talking to me right now. I'm proud of my consistency and my devotion and my commitment to doing something, to committing myself to something that I really care about. Because there were many times along the way within the Paradigm Shift Central project where the universe was just like, are you sure you want to do this? Like, we're going to make it challenging. Like, this is going to, like, you can quit. Like, you can quit. But there was always something in me where I was just like, no, like, quitting isn't an option. Therefore I will push through, you know, like, it's like there's still time on the clock, keep going, you know, kind of like using the hockey metaphor there. And so, you know, I'm incredibly proud of the work that I've done. I can say that, you know, from a humble place, and again, I'm incredibly proud of the fact that we get to share in this success together, and I'm proud of each and every single one of you of for being able to say yes to yourself, and for you to being able to share in what I kind of like see within the potential of this community. It means a lot for me to create a space where other people, without it even having to verbally be expressed, for them to kind of like see what this community is about because they feel it, because it's a vision that they carry as well. And again, the vision being to help assist and accelerate the shift in consciousness. So I celebrate where we are right now, and I celebrate where we have been, and I celebrate where we are going, and I celebrate each and every single one of you, especially again, you know, within this community is designed to be able to help birth leaders. Like, if that wasn't incredibly obvious, I'll just reiterate that this community is designed to birth leaders. This community is like an incubator. It's like a womb, right? People come into the community. And the thing that I'm most proud about, like, I think it's awesome that, you know, people who are already well established on TikTok and YouTube come into this community and they're like, yo, this is really cool. I'm really vibing with this. And then they get involved and they're here. But honestly, like, I'm not to say I'm more proud, but I'm really proud of the people in this community who have chosen to be involved. And yet when they chose to get involved, it's like they might not even have created a single video. Like, they were brand new to the idea of like putting their voice out there, putting their story out there, even talking on camera and things like that. This is brand new territory to them. For me to see someone go from that stage of being like a complete, you know, like level 1 wizard to rising up through their own progress to eventually becoming where they are now, knowing that they're still growing, to me, that makes me really, really proud. And obviously I can say like, oh, I've done, you know, I've been doing something right, obviously, but again, you know, it's going back to what I've just said, and I'll just wrap it up here. Victory is a shared success, and the space isn't mine alone. The space is our space. The space is community. You know, the space is a kingdom. The space is a home. I might be, you know, one person helping create it what it is, but we create it what it is together. Captains amongst captains, leaders amongst leaders, light guardians amongst light guardians, as I always say. So I'm just so proud of each and every single one of you. I'll say it again. And like I said, tune in for my 5-hour broadcast where it's just me saying that. And this is something to celebrate. And I think, honestly, I think as a team, I think what makes this community what it is the fact that we do celebrate it quite often. Like every Thursday we have these parties. Like that's what this is, right? And it's not just the Thursdays, it's the morning meditations, it's the hangouts in between and everything like that. So with that said, we're going to segue things into our ecstatic dance, and then from there we're just going to wrap it up. This ecstatic dance, it's about the track limit on this. It's 3 songs strung together here, and the mix on this goes for about 13 minutes. So I'm going to pass it over to Lacey if there's anything else that Lacey wanted to say in terms of the ecstatic dance. This one gets into the kind of the dancing part a little bit early, but at this point, I really just invite everyone in theme with celebration. And thank you again, Lacey, for setting this up in a way that leads us right into this moment. I really invite everyone to just kind of like, as we're dancing, feel the presence of each other. Like imagine we're on the dance floor together. Like imagine we're at a festival together. Like this experience has been like kind of like its own mini festival. It usually is. We usually do this with this axiom of understanding that like we are the festival goes where we are. So let us embody that. And that's what this is. This entire, and I'll say this, you know, I say this all the time, this entire broadcast was just practice. Like this was just practice, right? You guys know that. And again, I think having that play, that playfulness is really one of the powerful things that allows us to be able to experience it. So we'll get ready to be able to go into this, and then we'll come back, and then we'll just go around the circle one last time, not even expecting everyone to share, but just any closing gratitude, and then we'll finish it off. So we'll go through this, and then as the music kind of ends, we'll just bring it into a little bit of a closing meditation, and then we'll just finish off with gratitude. I'll pass it over to Lacey, and at this point, honestly, guys, straight up, I know you guys have been sitting for a while. If anyone, like intermission, if anyone needs to like go use the bathroom, go ahead. Like you can do that like within the first part of the song. Like go ahead, you can come back. Like you can just jump back on the dance floor when you feel ready to do so. So Lacey, I'll just pass it over to you if there's anything else you feel is worth mentioning before we move into this last portion of the ecstatic dance, and even just, you know, things that we've covered and how, you know, like what are some thoughts, what are some intentions that we can bring into this part of the ecstatic dance, whereas the other part was more about releasing, and this part's more about the embodiment and the celebration. So maybe I don't know if there's anything there to reiterate, but yeah, Lacey, go ahead when you're ready.
Yeah, so guess my closing thought too. Just be like, thank you for everyone for coming. Just,
it's a little glitchy there, Lacey.
And so beautiful to see. With the next part. Oh, yeah, sorry.
No
I'm in a vortex. So I'm gonna say for the next 13-minute songs, to kind of like remind you of like, you know, like the beauty that is the human experience. So moving into it, I would say like, yeah, with the whole theme of embodiment, it's like, what do I fully want to express right now? And by doing this after we dance, how will that manifest in my life outside of the dance floor? So if that makes sense. So like setting the intention, expressing it and letting it out, the wildness, the playfulness, the silliness, being a clown, looking silly, looking like an idiot, whatever it is, and just owning that. And then how will that actually like transfer into our life outside of the day?
Absolutely. So yeah, so if you guys got any extra toys that you want to bring in, if you happen to have any lightsabers or light guardian crystals or any sort of thing that you want to dance with, please by all means. quick again, I just want to express gratitude, Lacey, for helping facilitate. And for those of you who, again, have just been either resonating with what Lacey is saying or are interested in the concept of ecstatic dance and sacred circle, be sure to connect with Lacey. Just like quick plug for what they're doing. Lacey is going to be like facilitating additional events that will be like ecstatic dance. So again, ours was kind of like spread out, but if you would like the idea of like showing up for like a 1 hour or 90-minute focus ecstatic dance sacred space, stay tuned, because that's something that Lacey is looking at being able to do in the future, and has a Patreon available for those who are interested. So with that said, let's get ready to move right into this. So I just invite everyone, if you're ready to, again, you can sit down, you can just listen, you can literally just like lie on your bed and dance within your mind. Whatever you feel called to do right now is totally cool. So just honoring your energy. And yeah, let's move into this dance with celebration, with embodiment. I'm not going to say what the songs are. The songs are songs by other artists outside of our community. Some of it you'll recognize. One of them you'll definitely recognize, but I want it to be a surprise. And the information for these songs is already in the info for the YouTube video, so you can literally find the YouTube videos afterwards, and for these songs, and go check them out afterwards and support those artists. So thank you again to those artists as well. All right, team. Yeah, let's get things ready to go ahead and stand up. And again, if you guys need to like step away and come back for a minute, you guys got time, and the music will still be kicking it, and we'll still be here on the dance floor. So let's get things queued up, and I'll set things up, and we'll get the audio playing. And if you guys just want to give me a thumbs up once the audio is playing, that would be appreciated. And yeah, thank you again, everyone, so much. And for those of you listening in the future, thank you for dancing your energy, and let's dance the dream awake. That's a phrase that I really like to be able to keep in mind. So dance the dream awake, dance the embodiment, dance the celebration, everything that we've done. If there's any other releasing you need to do, dance with your power, dance with your elements, dance with your spirit, and yeah, just dance in this beautiful experience that we get to share together, known as this, human existence. So, all right, give me a thumbs up once you guys can hear the music. And thank you again, everyone, so much for being here. After this, we'll just do one more round of gratitude, and then we will be done for tonight. And it's 1:11 on my clock right now. So all things considered, we're exactly where we need to be. So thanks, universe. Okay, here we go. Switching over the audio. You guys will hear it in a second. Stand.
and do all the things we're not supposed to do. Take acid trips and dive into the dark. Make magic tricks and sleep under the stars. Bathe in our genius and dance till we die. With crystals and inside our third eye. All that we have now against us is time. Until I daydream us into our next life.
So what are you trying to say?
See, that's just it. I'm not trying to say anything. I'm not trying anything anymore. I've stopped trying to try. I just be. Just like the universe doesn't try to give us answers or try to convince you of her beauty, the universe just is. Being is the answer. Being is beautiful. The universe doesn't demand anything of us. We're the ones trying to figure everything out. And it's always been there. Everything. You do not lack. You are born of the infinite everything. When you came into this world, so did the world come out of you. You exist so that everything can. When you start trying, you admit there is something you aren't. This isn't a glass half full, but rather a I am the ocean whose waters overflow. The sun, as it dips low in the technicolor sky, does not try to mesmerize the soul. Then let's dark arrive so the moon can glow. This beauty cannot be told true, it just is, and so are you. And it's up to us to see it. The more you try, the less you be and the less you see. Let go, and you become the universe. See, you don't need anything when you, the universe, is everything. This is your experience. This is your life to live. No time like the present.
The light and love of divine healing floods into you now. Harmony and wholeness now becomes you. Restoring, recalibrating, and activating every cell within your being. You are who you came here to be. Are supported and guided by the higher angelic realms. May you continue to remember throughout all moments. Gratitude for every gifted breath. Your frequency has risen. Your reality has shifted. Your external reality will now reflect this inner wisdom. Divinity has taken course. And so it is.
Beautiful. Just welcoming everybody into either just standing where they are. If you want to just take another moment, bring yourself to seated. Let's just allow ourselves just kind of connect in with our breath here. So we get ready to just kind of conclude this ceremony and just allow ourselves to feel whatever we're feeling. This embodiment, this celebration, this activation, this love, this deep, deep love, this community, of this bigger story that we are a part of. Just go ahead and just take a few moments here within your own heart space, within your own gratitude, within your own excitement, and within your own pride of the journey that we have all shared, that we have all walked to bring us to where we are now, so that we can ask the question of what comes next. Be here in your heart. Just breathe here. And I invite all of us to bring ourselves back to that image that we started the ceremony off with, as we all just imagine all of us just in this circle together. Outside, inside, under a tree, wherever it is. And just be here in this space where you look across the people, you look at the people across from you, and you feel a deeper connection with them. Not just with them, but also a deeper connection with yourself. By you choosing to take part in this ceremony, it has changed you. It has deepened your compassion. It has opened your heart even just a little bit more, whatever that means to you. And so while we're in this space, before we bring ourselves out of this meditation, just go ahead and express your deep, deep gratitude for the people who sit in this circle with you, as you see them a reflection of yourself, these sacred, sacred beings that we are, your fellow heroes on this beautiful journey. Allow yourself to speak from your heart. What do you say to them? Express how proud you are. Express how grateful you are. Just be in this space for the next few moments as you just express from your heart your gratitude to all the other people here in this space. And as we breathe here, I want to just be able to invite us to just imagine everybody just kind of gently standing up and moving into a big group hug. We all just kind of wrap our arms around each other. And as we do, we just kind of turn into one giant organism, just kind of gently swaying back and forth. So in this moment, if you even want to just give yourself a nice big hug here, wrap your arms around yourself as if the universe is giving you a hug right now. And just add this gentle sway, this shared rhythm, this shared breath. Feel how special this is, how familiar this is. Feels like home, home within your heart. Space has always been there. Just breathe here. Take a few more moments. Just be in this space. Let it nurture you. Let it inspire you. Gently from here, slowly imagine the hug just gently, just kind of releasing. Now everybody's just kind of standing here, looking at each other. You can imagine just giving some specific hugs to the people here within this circle, within this call, thanking them. Maybe there was something someone said specific tonight, just going up to them and inviting to be able to just connect with them, share a hug with them if they wish. And I just bring everybody back to this excitement that we started this broadcast with, this full moon energy that we carry with us. The full moon is always within us. The energy is always within us. So let us tap into and ride this beautiful energy, this beautiful full moon of the lion, full moon of the wolf. And so I invite everybody here as we slowly bring awareness back to our physical body to join me in gently doing some shared wolf howls together. And we'll do this a few times. And as we do, we'll bring our awareness back to our physical body. So if everybody here, if you guys want to gently just even unmute your microphone, we'll just take a few moments here and just breathe. Don't do the wolf howls just yet. But if everybody wants to gently unmute their microphone, if you feel called like wolf howling, just go ahead. And let's just do like a few ohms together before we move into the wolf howl. So everybody here, feel free to like ohm over your microphone. Keep your mic open. So let's move into just the first ohm, and we'll do 3 just for fun. So just following my lead here, let's just take a deep inhale together, regular exhale. So deep inhale. Nice soft exhale. Together here, deep inhale and then collective ohm. Right into the next one, inhale. One more, inhale. Let's take a moment here in this stillness. Breathe here. Just let it sink in. Any words that you have for the people here in this group, what do you want to say to them in this moment? Words of kindness. One sentence, whatever it may be.
I love you. I'm so proud of you. I'm so glad that you were born.
Thank you, Kai. Anybody else? Go ahead. Just your mics are open when you feel called.
Thank you for being a mirror for me to see myself.
My heart is open and my heart is yours. Thank you all.
Thank you for your vulnerability.
Thank you for your courage.
Thank you for your patience.
Thank you for the wonderful wisdom that everyone had to offer.
Beautiful. From here, I'll just invite everybody gently just kind of transition into a little bit of wolf howl and fairy noises, whatever you guys want. We'll finish it off. So everybody just kind of imagine all of us coming together and we feel the excitement and we get the wiggles in our body right now. And together we'll do some wolf howls. Let's make it so that the entire world can hear us. So when you're ready, 3, 2, 1, let them hear you. Again, louder. One more for the record, for the Akashic records. Beautiful. Beautiful. Awesome. Gently, when you're ready, open your eyes, return your awareness to the space around you, wiggle your fingers and toes, and welcome back. Awesome. Thank you so much, everyone. Let's hear round of applause for everybody here. You guys did great. Good job, everybody. That was a wonderful, wonderful sacred ceremony that we did here tonight. So beautiful. We'll just conclude things here with just any closing gratitude for anybody here. If you guys want to be able to share, you guys can individually close your mics right now. We'll just open it up one by one as we just kind of give one more pass around the circle with the talking stick, and then we'll be done for the night. So thank you again for those of you in the YouTube chat. Please feel free to leave your comments, any messages that you had. I see your wolf howls in there as well. Any just closing gratitude that anybody would like to just be able to share from their heart, please, by all means, just you guys can just put your hand up or just jump right in. Lacey will pass over to you first, and then Abby. So go ahead, Lacey. Yep.
Say thank you for creating this space, co-creating, and I look forward to connecting with you guys more. I'm sending you so much love, and yeah, so just sending my love to you all, and I definitely can't wait to hug you. Hopefully not too far away in the future, like in the physical. You know, like it's one thing virtually, but like, you know, I love to hug. So
Dream astral hugs too.
Dream astral hugs.
Yeah.
Burning Man 20. Someone said that. Kai said that. 2022. We'll hug
Yeah. There we go.
Yeah.
All right. Create our own camp at Burning Man. There we go. Awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you again, Lacey, for facilitating. Everybody here, let's give a nice thank you to Lacey for helping facilitate tonight. So thank you, Lacey, so much. So beautiful. Awesome. All right. Anybody else, please go ahead. Don't even wait for me to prompt you. If you guys just want to jump right in, go for it. If anybody's got their microphone in, any gratitude that you want to express.
Thank you, everyone, here and sharing the space, and Brendon and Lacey for setting it all up and having the music and everything is absolutely perfect. Like, this is what the world needs, and this is what we're creating. So thank you guys, and everyone else for being here for yourselves too.
Thank you. Thank you guys for bringing your awesome dance moves. I like that people brought their flow toys. Like, you guys were prepared. So it's just like more ecstatic dance parties, please. So absolutely. Amanda, go ahead. I'll just somewhat facilitate. Go ahead, Amanda. So
I just love you all so much, and that's all I wanted to say. I just love everybody.
Oh, thank you, Amanda. Anybody else, just go ahead, jump right in if you guys are ready. Any just closing gratitude. So
Love you guys.
Kristen, yeah.
So much love.
Awesome. Thank you.
So much
Thank
love
you.
and gratitude to each and every one of you. You made my heart feel things.
Yeah.
It's in all the emotions. So I love you all so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Beautiful. Awesome. Thank you as well, Kai. Anybody else? Z, your microphone's open. Was there anything you want to gratitude?
I didn't know it was open. Sorry.
Oh, no worries.
I feel grateful that I woke up for this. It was like I really wanted. I missed the last few because I slept through them, and I feel grateful. I really wanted to vibe with Lacey. I've been like looking forward to doing that at some point. So I'm really grateful that she's here and that she, you know, wasn't too nervous or anything. She actually did it, and it's not a plug. It's actually a true like sentiment. Like, I'm really looking forward to Lacey being on Vibeo, because what is the king without his queen? Like, that's actually how I feel.
Oh,
So it feels empty until she comes. Like, you're a unit. Like, you can't Brendon. So I mean, I'm just grateful that this is the beginning of that interaction, and I feel really grateful for that. And yeah, you guys, and yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Z. Thank you. Both Lacey and I are just like awkwardly just like blushing and stuff. Oh God, they know how much we love each other. No, it's cool. I mean, we'll do a whole nother. Well, actually, I was kind of leaning into, you know, with Valentine's Day coming up, we could literally do like a whole podcast about, you know, like sacred unions and things like that. And I know a lot of you guys would be excited to talk about that. So stay tuned for that. That'll be like within the itinerary coming up within the February. So anybody else, just any closing thoughts and gratitude, please, by all means, just before we wrap this up. I know some of you have already expressed it earlier, so I appreciate that in all forms. So, okay, last call. Anybody? No? Okay. Oh, Leeza?
wait.
Yeah. Go ahead.
There's just a little song in my heart. You fill my heart with love, love, love. You fill my heart with love, love, love. Mwah.
Oh, thank you. Did we just make that song up right now? Is that a real song?
It's like a sort of a real song mixed with my own little
Perfect.
twist.
That's the best kind. So awesome. Thank you, Leeza. So beautiful. Okay, team. Last call. If anybody else just wanted to jump in with any gratitude, Lacey, you want to jump in with something else? Yeah, go for it.
It just made me think of that song, Brendon.
The song we were singing earlier.
No, the song from like Solstice, like Up on the Land, like we are circling together. We are singing our hearts on.
This is family, this is unity, this is celebration, this is sacred. Some of you guys know that song, right? Yeah. That's a good song too. So.
Sacred. Yeah.
There we go. That's the one.
That's
the one. That's a good one.
Everyone can sing that one. So.
Absolutely. So cool. Awesome. Well, as soon as one of us here buys a bunch of land, we'll go have a party on it. So stay tuned for that. So all in due time. Cool. All right. Again, last call. If anybody else just wanted to jump in with any quick gratitude, and then I'm just gonna close off the show, and we'll end the broadcast, and then we'll have an after party for 2 hours after this. Oh God, maybe I'll keep it open for a little bit. You guys can hang out, decompress at least. Okay, I think we're about ready to wrap it up here. Any closing gratitude for those of you in the YouTube? Please, by all means, go ahead, share that. Thank you again to each and every single one of you for joining in all the different ways that you are a part of this broadcast, a part of this ceremony. For those of you listening on Spotify in the future as well, super appreciate each and every single one of you. So again, just a quick reminder, if you're looking to be able to connect further with the community, if you haven't already yet, go ahead and connect to our Discord server. That's where you can see more work created within the community by the leading members. And again, if you're new to the Discord, just send me a direct message on Instagram if you'd like to be able to get access to the public chat. And again, if you enjoyed this broadcast and you want to be able to get on air for future ones on air as a leading member, then definitely go ahead and check out the Patreon. That's where you can support with a monthly contribution, and you don't even have to join as a leading member. You could literally just support there and get involved on air for a weekly team podcast, weekly collaborative work periods. And for anybody here, if you join the Patreon, you get a discount for the light guarding crystals. If you message me on Instagram at Mystic Spider-Man, I'll give you a discount, a one-off discount code for light guarding crystal if you're not on the Patreon yet, but you still really want to be able to get one of those. So that's a special offer for those of you who have been tuned into the broadcast, because that's who I make it for, you guys. And yeah, stay tuned for awesome stuff going on, and be sure to check the links in the info for this video for all of the creators featured, Josh's music that we were like hyping up earlier, and every single one of the creators here. You can find the links for their Instagram and other profiles as well. So be sure to check in there, follow up, and show your ongoing support. And stay tuned for lots more awesome stuff. Discord, Patreon link, all the info you need there is in the info for this video. As I already said, follow us on Spotify, Paradigm Shift Radio, and maybe tell a friend or two about what it is that we got going on here, and maybe keep doing your own journaling prompts and keep sharing your love. And thank you each and every single one of you, and carry this energy with you into your relationships, and may it bring you more grace, synchronicity, and yeah, just more magic. So you are the magic. So beautiful. All right, team. So with that said, we are officially concluding this broadcast. We're going to cue up the outro music here. So with everybody here, just gently inviting you to be able to unmute your microphones, and we'll finish it off with one more full moon wolf howl. So for everybody here, we love you guys. Make some noise. We love you guys. Happy full moon. Go Team Shift. Beautiful. Awesome. All right. Thank you again, every one of you. So beautiful of you all. Keep it shifty. And as always, welcome to the future. special thank you to Danny Leonardo, whose music is featured at the beginning and end of this broadcast. Be sure to check out more of Danny's work in the YouTube info below. Thank you, Danny.